Okay, hopefully we're back. Hopefully. There's been a bit of a storm issue where I'm recording at the moment. Weather's been pretty bad, trees have been knocked over. Lost power for most of this morning, so it's not unsurprisingly that the internet dropped out there. So let's just hope that we remain connected for a little bit. If it drops out again, we'll pause for today, but hopefully we can get some of these conversations done and then do the tavern fight. Hopefully. So healer's mostly done. Nino is doing Nino things. Let's talk to Celia. Good days and clear skies. What do you say? Where are we off to today? I'd like to know more about you. Of course. Ask anything. I'll answer honestly. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? I'm a little bit of Geb, a little bit of Katapesh, and most likely from the Knights of Aomade. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belong to their ranks more than I belong to any other place. You came to Mendev from a long road, didn't you? A very long one. Celia looks at you cheerfully. A traveler is expected to have amusing stories. Unfortunately, I only have 3 tales of any interest, and I'd like to save them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show for myself when it comes time to start bragging, and that just won't do. Especially since I'll have to win the night with my cautionary tale of my battle with chupacabras. Chupacabras? Fascinating. Can't they drink their victim's blood during combat and gain strength from it? Oh yes. Her face grows serious, and they do it very quickly. They bite one victim, suck out all their blood, and then they strike the next victim quick as lightning. And now you've tricked me and I've started telling the tale. I may as well do it properly. Picture a small town in Quadria. And down in the dungeon there's 2 murderers waiting to be executed. The gallows are already built for them, the ropes have been bought, and sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly a paladin of Aomade appears in the doorway and offers the murderers a deal. If they go with her to fight some monsters, they'll live. If they survive, that is. There's a big difference between imminent death and probable death, with a glimmer of hope, wouldn't you say? So here we are travelling through the desert, me, my friend, and priestess of Sarene, along with the little rat folk fellow who'd asked for our help. And 2 cutthroats. We get to the ratfolk village and see their bodies are lying around, all drained dry. We figure we'd have to fight vampires. That's how the ratfolk described the monsters who attacked their village. That's why we all went in all brazen-like. The sun was high, and the vampires couldn't attack till dusk. But we never got a chance to look around. Black shadows, quick as the wind, attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got killed right away. The second one ran for his life. That left me, the ratfolk, and Kyra. That was the name of the priestess, and we all steeled ourselves for a fight of our lives. And just when we thought the end had come, with the chupacabras surrounding me like a pack of dogs around a bear, a ratfolk friend, wounded and down, and the teeth of the quickest of those blasted monsters clenched on Kyra's shoulder. Right then, when all hope was lost, the other lad from the gallows suddenly comes running back, kills the beast attacking Kyra. I'm sure you know what a turning point in a fight looks like. Well, this was it. A moment before, we were all lost, and the next moment, we had it back under control. Chupacabras dropped dead, one by one. Little ratfolk is reunited with his family, who are hiding in the basement. Priestess and I closed the eyes of the boy from the gallows who saved us. It's a shame he didn't survive the fight. May the gods keep his soul in its journey through the afterlife. That's a good story. He could have died in disgrace in the gallows, but instead he died a hero. And I fancy this stunt earned him some points in his final judgment. It's smart to remember our journey doesn't end in death. Had it not been for that mercy, Milios, that was his name, would be hanged from the noose, and me, Kyra, and all the ratfolk would be dead in that village. Someone told me about the kind deed done by an unkind person 100 times more precious. By the same token, an evil deed done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. That's what I really wanted to say. The chupacabras were just a good starting point. What made you become a paladin of Aomade? Her gaze sharpens momentarily, then she sighs. That's a serious question, and a good one. You should ask it of your companions. But it's a long story. To start with, 12 years ago, I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of Solkal with the other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought, I was a hired sword for a bit. Not the proper origin for a paladin, is it? Back then, Solkul was a city of orphans, widows, and widowers. Gnolls decimated the city regularly. My parents were among the victims. People there heard about new deaths before they had finished mourning their previous losses. One day, a group of knights from Amade brought a glimmer of hope to the city. While others saw them as saviors and protectors, I was busy pricing up their noble horses and their gleaming mithril armor, wondering how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. A thief lives one day at a time, and that's what they say. I was the type that never thought past the next job. Anyway, I was able to somehow sneak into the knight's camp and steal one of their mithril helms. Celia pauses, her voice sad and measured. I was right there when a gnoll attacked the helm's owner. Acme was her name, and dealt a blow to her unprotected head. A gnoll, like all those others she'd fearlessly driven from the gates of Zulkul. That one blow was fatal. And who was really to blame for her death? The gnoll attacker or the young thief named Celia? Even a seemingly small mistake can have terrible consequences. Yes, you're right 1,000 times over. I hate to say it, but I didn't see it back then. And if I had never got that lesson, my eyes would probably never have been opened. Who knows what would have happened for me if it wasn't for Alchemy and her bravery, and her death. Maybe the world would know Celia as a bandit, not as a knight and protector of those in need. There's a saying I like to remember. People rarely find redemption on their own. Someone must show them a way. But you are asking what brought me into the ranks of Amadeus warriors. We all choose a paladin's path for our own reasons. Some are guided by nobility of spirit, some by the desire to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and debt unpaid. The day Akemi died protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself for the terrible guilt I felt. But then I realized it wouldn't make the world any better. And I decided that instead, I'd try to take her place. I'd become who she had been, and protect the innocence that she would not longer be able to protect. What are the principles that the Paladins of Amade follow? Celia smiles. I'll tell you. I like to recite our code. It feels like I've said it 1,000 times, but I never gets old. There's strength in these words. After a pause, she begins, her voice slow and meditative. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, I am worthless. It is worthless. My strength is not in my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost a tool. If I have betrayed my heart, I have died. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength through my body. I will shine in her legion, and I will not tarnish her glory through base actions. I am the first in the battle, and the last to leave it. I will not be taken prisoner by my free will. I will not surrender those under my command. I will never abandon a companion, though I will honour sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honour of my fellows, both thought and deed. I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I may force my enemies to surrender, but I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will give honour to worthy enemies, and contempt to the rest. I will suffer death before dishonour. I will be temperate in my actions and moderate in my behaviour. I will strive to emulate Amade's perfection. Thank you. I've learned everything I want to know. May as well just ask this one. What do you think of what's going on in Canabras? It's complete chaos. It's lucky we're here to handle it, right? She smiles brightly, then gives you a bit of a worried look. Does the way I talk bother you? I know I can seem blasé. Many good people in a protected terrain to live died here in Canabras. A paladin of Amade is expected to be properly respectful and solemn. But I prefer to face my troubles with a smile and a bit of common sense. Grief is a weapon they'll use against you. It can undermine a warrior's spirit. It's better we hold off on grief until we've driven the last of the demons and cultists from the city. Chaotic, if you want to win, yep. It's pretty good for, kind of good, those sorts of people. Yeah. Lawful, there's wisdoms in the tradition of mourning, and one shouldn't reject them. All the more so if the inappropriate merriment could offend their mourners. Many people's loved ones perished in Canabras. Celia sighs. You may be right. I should keep myself in more check. Or in check more. Better discipline, more self-control. Qualities suited to a paladin. Is fighting demons all you want, or do you want something more? That's probably the romance option. And that's, yeah, how to throw them out of your party. See you. Though talking to her did make me think about Inquisitor. It might be good to go judge with LZ at some point, but that'd be more of a pure Aeon build, so to speak, that I'd want to go for. Since we're kind of plan to go for Legend for this one, I'm going to try and do what I said before. Go Hell Knight, then go Hell Knight Signifier. Or something along those lines. We'll see. Now, let's talk to Nino. Girl, I am pleased with you. I asked you to bring me to safety, and that's exactly what you did. Indeed. Having a follower to aid me is most efficient and, frankly, pleasing. With you on hand, I shall conquer new horizons, plumb the depths of knowledge, hitherto unknown, and scale the dazzling heights of future discoveries. Then she stops to catch her breath. What I mean is, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude. I foresee immense potential in our future cooperation. What exactly do you mean, future cooperation? Hand in hand, we will unravel the greatest mysteries inaccessible to the minds of ordinary people. Just imagine it. I, leading the way, proudly staring into the faces of the gods themselves, and you, my loyal follower, walking behind me every step of the way, writing down my deepest thoughts and admiring the profundity of my intellect. If we hold hands, you won't be able to go in front of me and lead the way. You are the catalyst which, when it reacts with my intellect, will allow the latter to grasp the very essence of the universe itself. Why did I let myself get dragged into this? What? Who are you? Nino stares at you for a while, bewilderment in her eyes, and then it is replaced by recognition. Oh yes, my new follower. So what am I supposed to do? Oh yes, I must provide some verbal encouragement for your yet as modest achievements, and try to indulge you in to strive for more such encouragement. That is the principle that underpins any training. She frowns, but only for an instant. Ah, I see. Your modest nature was unsettled by my overabundance of my gratitude. I do apologize, but putting you in such an awkward position. I will never praise you again, unless I forget. But let's get back to the business at hand. Your new assignment will be to take me to the inconspicuous ruins that are located in an even more inconspicuous valley lying between Canabras and Dresden, as soon as it is reasonably practicable. I mark the place on your map with a large red cross, so you won't forget it. What's so special about these ruins? I'm glad you asked. This is my greatest hypothesis, my secret project, and I won't pass up the opportunity to share it with you. Because if you are my most loyal follower, and you are my most loyal follower, and you are worthy of possessing such knowledge, Nina rubs her nose. And also because you're the first person to ever ask me about it. Some time ago, I was walking around the border of the Whirlwind, and I met a strange person. He was wearing a frayed grey robe, and his face was hidden behind an odd white mask. Of course, I didn't miss the opportunity to ask him about the reasons for his absurd appearance, and do you know what he said to me? He said, I am the answer, but what is the question? Then he walked off in the direction of the Whirlwind. And this is where I reply, what was it again? The absence of an answer is an answer too? The next day, after I had already forgotten about the first encounter, I had another similar encounter. This time I met an elven woman, judging by the pointy ears sticking out from behind the mask. The answer? But what is the question? She said. But before taking off towards Whirlwind, and then I realized everything became clear to me. I know mystery when I see one. Consider this one of my myriad talents. Nina rubs the tip of her nose. After all these geysers weren't simply on their way to a costume party, were they? After examining several maps, I determined that they were all heading in one direction. A place not far from Canabras. A place which is marked as Nameless Ruin, even on ancient Sarkanian maps. And that's where I need to go. Unraveling the secrets of the place will be my greatest discovery. I will secure my place in history, or perhaps even in legend. How do you know where we have to go? Do you know how to find a beehive in the forest? You need to catch 2 bees, set them free in 2 different locations of the forest, and remember the directions they fly in. Then you take a map, draw lines showing the bee's routes, and place where the lines intersect, or mark the location of the beehive. Fascinating, yes? By the way, forest bees do not make any honey. I've used the beehive principle too. For a couple of months, I tracked the strange people in their masks and observed the direction in which they were travelling. I collected the coordinates, mapped their estimated routes, and made a discovery. All routes intersected at the Nameless Ruins not far from Canabras. And what do you expect to find there? I haven't the slightest idea. If I knew what was hidden there, I wouldn't be so eager to go. These ruins aren't very far from Cabras. You could easily get there by yourself. Why do you need me? His eyes seems ready to pop out of their sockets in surprise. Don't you see? This is a legendary secret place. Who knows what may happen to me after I lift the veil and uncover the workings of the universe? My mortal body may be unable to contain all that knowledge. Perhaps I'll ascend and become equal to the gods themselves. I need you to write down everything that happens and report my fate to the interested parties in Abu Salam. And don't forget to praise me as I deserve while you're there. You know, these ruins of yours may just turn out to be just that. Ruins. No shrugs. In that case, we'll write this experiment off as failure and start another one. I don't know which experiment we'll try next. And that's all I want to know. Well, now you know. So off we go. Nina friends, did I just make a rhyme? Perhaps I've discovered poetic talent in myself. Let's conduct an experiment. Quickly say any word and I'll try to find a rhyme for it right away. Science. That's when thinkers make alliance. Intellectual defiance. Not the best rhymes, don't you think? Well, this experiment was successful. I learned that I have no poetic talent after all. But it's no reason to despair. Having a gift of poetry in addition to my inexhaustible intellect would have been way too much. Besides, I'm catastrophically busy and have no time to spend on writing poetry. Don't really care too much. Tell me about yourself. I'm an explorer, a pilgrim, a yet-to-be-recognized scientific luminary, future author of the Encyclopedia Galarianica, and rector of all Absalon universities at once. Future rector, I should say. That information should be enough to satisfy your curiosity, because I doubt I will be able to tell you more than that. You see, my brain of any given individual can contain only a limited amount of facts. I expend my memory on things that are truly important. The law of thermodynamics, divine esoterica, planet geography, things that will lead Galarian to a brighter future. She rubs her nose. Besides, what if I make a great discovery? But I won't be able to remember it because my memory is full of outdated or useless information. What a nightmare that would be. What a loss for the whole of Galarian. Where do you come from? That information is relevant and I've decided to forget it. How'd you become a scientist? That information is relevant and I've decided to forget it. You have a circle tattooed on your shoulder. What does that mean? Nina casts a sidelong glance at her shoulder. Oh, that. I don't remember the circumstances of its creation, but I like it. I prefer to think of it as zero. No, nothing. A center point and origin of coordinates. Reminds me of how much of the unknown there is to explore. Don't you remember how you got the tattoo? That information is relevant, and I decided to forget it. How can you just decide to forget important informations? And this is just one of my many talents. The secret is to stop thinking about the thing you want to forget. The main thing is not to remember anything you don't need. To filter it. To get right to the essence. I'll teach you someday, unless I forget. What is this encyclopedia working on? The Encyclopedia Galarianica will be published in 100 volumes, 1,000 pages each, plus the author's addenda, appendices added by my future co-authors, and critical commentaries. Pinder indexation is still in question. She looks slightly embarrassed. I just like the number 100, but I'm not sure I'll be able to keep it within the established word limit. It will be a magisterial piece of scholarship that will become a part of mandatory curriculum of every educational institution worth mentioning. In it, I intend to describe every object, item, event, fact, and personality that is present on, or at least somehow related to Galarian. My calculations show that I'll have completed no more than 1% of this. I have completed no more than 1% of this monumental book. Do you remember your parents, your past, or is that relevant too? All of it is relevant on the grand scale of world history. I have no reason to remember such things. I'm just going to say nothing to that. He stays silent and gives you a puzzled look. What? What are we talking about? I'll stop torturing you with questions now. What are we talking about? And that's it. She produces a crumpled piece of paper from her sleeve and takes notes on it. This conversation lasted approximately 5 minutes. Actually, it lasted a bit longer than that. She lifts her chin. By the way, did you know that that's the exact same amount of time the Inquisitors of Cabras need to find a defendant guilty? But to shake off Inquisitors chasing you takes 5 times as long. The experiment proved that running while clad in heavy armor is not burdensome for them at all. I actually like Nino, even though she does tend to annoy a lot of people. It's not in vain, I don't think it has anything new for us. Nope. Storyteller. The blind elf looks better than he did in your last encounter. His clothes are clean, his pale face has some colour. The elf turns to you and listens closely. Is that you, my saviour? I recognise your footsteps. Determined footsteps befitting a determined person. Sorry, I still have a bit of Nino in the brain, so I'm talking a little bit faster than I should be. Allow me to thank you for saving me. Perhaps accept this as a humble gift, as a token of my appreciation. The elf hands you a small black ring with 2 scarlet runes on it. A storyteller's ring. Must be a magic item. Crack my neck a little bit. Erebeth has explained why you were looking for me. I warned the authorities of Canabras that the local wardstone had been desecrated, waved off my warning, and paid for their inaction. I have examined many wardstones, but only in the one guarding Canabras did I sense a flaw. A spot of corruption inside. A vulnerability that the demons will surely use. They are able to spread the blight inside the wardstone, corrupt it, and make it their weapon. It frightens me to think of what it will be capable of. The wardstone must be destroyed. Who are you, and why did you examine the wardstone? The elf smiles slightly. I am a storyteller. Just an old elf, and a bit more. I am old, even for an elf. I've seen many things, and have been to many places. Not so long ago, I witnessed the making of a young kingdom in the Stolen Lands, led by a remarkable and promising individual. My advice in the complicated matter of conquering those lands proved useful to that leader. That is not uncommon for me. Some seek my advice or services, and I don't refuse. This is how I acquired my reputation as an old vagrant, who's never hurt anyone, stayed out of others' squabbles, and sometimes gave good advice. I have a few friends in Nerosion who vouch for my integrity. That is why my humble request to be allowed to see the wardstones was granted. I visited all of them, and only found cause for alarm in Canabras. Do you wield some special magic power? Some instinct? Storyteller chuckles. Yes, to a certain extent, but it's more of a gift. I can see the past, stories that have happened. I touch an object, and shreds of its owner's memories are revealed to my mind. Their emotions, passions, and tragedies. I see visions like I am them, and the stories happen to me. This is my power, and I've been roaming the world gathering such stories for many thousands of years. One day, I will gather them all. So I get the sense this guy is less just an old elf and maybe a progenitor god. Or, someone on the cusp of divinity. He's just been collecting the stories for a while. What blight is concealed in the wardstone? I'm afraid I don't have the answer to your question. To understand the nature of this blight, we need to understand how the wardstone was created, and it is hidden from me. I can only guess. Have you heard of the Red Morning Massacre? A dreadful morning, remembered with fear even by those not yet born at the time. A demoness called Minago invaded the city with a crowd of her followers, and started to do what demons do best. Kill and desecrate. They say they covered the wardstone with pieces of dead bodies, splashing it with blood from top to bottom. Could such an abomination darken the radiance of the gift of Aomir herself? The locals seem to think this is impossible. But who knows? It was not the last attack. Many demon leaders brought their unholy forces here. Even the terrifying Balor Cormazadon? No. Cormara Zadeh. Oh, that's the best I'm going to get to that name. My god. I'll drink water. Their attacks were rebuffed, but they still reached their target. I think this is when the seed of corruption was planted in their stone. It wouldn't have grown on its own, but Iscari himself has now come to take advantage of this weakness. Open the abscess has been festering for years, and noticed by the keeping of Canabras. And when the demon lord struck the blow, the weakened stone gave in. Now it's in the demon's hands, and nothing is stopping them from spreading the blight throughout the entire stone, from it to other stones along the whole perimeter of the Whirlwind. Why did you travel to the Wardstones? I tried to see their stories. The visions I had when I touched the Wardstones were unclear. I saw hundreds, maybe thousands of different stories at the same time. They followed each other like flashes of lightning, but impossible to separate them. I couldn't understand where one of them ended and the next began. I've heard you, storyteller. In that case, you must make every possible effort to destroy the corruption. Fortunately, I don't know where to get an instrument powerful enough to banish it from Wardstone. As far as I know, there is nothing like that in Canabras, but the demons might have something. I've heard the dying roar of Telendorf, the silver dragon, the protector of the city. At the same time, I felt an wave of unfamiliar power sweep over me from head to toe. I advise you to go to where Tenderloaf perished and search there for something. I'm sorry, I can't be more specific. intuition, and a strange sense of rightness. Tell me to point you there. Present the purple stone knife. I found this in the square where Teledorlev perished. What do you make of it? The storyteller reaches out and says softly, even from here I can feel strange energies emanating from this object. If you don't mind, I will examine it, using my method. I'll try to see the past of its owner, their emotions, and shreds of their memories. Maybe it'll help us better understand what we're dealing with. The storyteller touches the knife, his fingers clamping around the hilt with a hungry, masterful gift. Grip. His face contorts into an evil grimace, his voice disgustingly raspy. Hunger. My many legs bring me into the lair with my mother's festering hole. Her swollen body, overfilled with food, is so huge that I have to look at it with all my eyes at once. On top of her scrawny little head, with a long beak, that's been always yearning for more food. You feel feverish. In your chest, where the mysterious wound is concealed, feels hot. Your mind is flooded with a wave of visions. Visions that repeat the words of the old elf. Mother greets me with a placid step reach. Stupid, greedy wretch, whose only achievement is my birth. A creeping, wingless creature. It is your fault I have no wings. A symbol of greatness, a birthright I should have received from my mighty father. Mother points me to a crowd of whimpering subjects, suggesting I fortify myself with their pathetic flesh. Not today. I summon my spawn and they fly to me, enveloping me in a teeming cloud. Like dark buzzing wings, they unfold behind my back and lift me up. Mother has always been stronger, but she did not expect this. I dive on her and rip her limp, bloated body with my claws. Ichor splatters, the bone spurs on my heels dig into her flesh. I clench her pitiful, tiny head and tear it off with shreds of meat. Victory! I am the strongest. I am the son of my winged father. The elf grimaces with distaste. His voice becomes normal again. Appalling. Stories like that are the most difficult ones to keep with me. Did this knife belong to a demon? Storyteller opens his mouth to answer, but a sudden spasm crosses his face. A new vision. A much stronger one engulfs the old elf. Malevolent undertones vanish from his voice as it grows more determined and tired. Even looking at the wardstone is difficult. Despite the corruption nestling in it, it has an aura of strength. Your fingers clutch the stone hilt so tight it hurts. A little spot on the flawless surface of the wardstone draws your attention. It looks like a butterfly. Corruption in the guise of something utterly harmless. But it will grow. You swing and stab the butterfly with a knife as hard as you can. Your fingers cramp painfully. A howl invades your ears. Light. White light everywhere. The stone knife falls from the old elf's hand. Out of breath, he drops to his knees. He is trembling, the terror on his face so unlike his usual dignified manner. What was that? That wasn't the past. That was something yet to happen. Or might happen. One of the roads to the future. In one of the possible futures, this item will help you cleanse the wardstone. Or to destroy it. You feel a longing to take the stone chisel, to plunge it into your chest, right into the wound that has opened up in it. It's hard to resist this feeling, but in the last moments, your self-preservation instincts take over and you manage to control your own hands. The old man stands up. He looks completely stunned. Never before has anything like this happened to me. But how? I'm not an oracle or a prophet. Or is this some riddle from the past that's caught up to me? I must find out. Seeing stories that have happened is one thing, but seeing stories that are yet to happen? I don't know why this is happening now, but there is one thing I can be sure of. This is not a coincidence. This is a sign of coming changes. Great changes. I shared your vision, and this knife tempted me. Did you see what I saw? This has never happened before. Could it be the magic of the object that you brought me? I sense dark energies in it that can cloud and charm the mind. Be careful with this item. It may have tried to influence you, but you managed to overcome its power and subdue it. Or perhaps something else happened to us. Something we don't understand. Can you see the future? I don't know. Obviously I can, but nothing else has ever happened to me before. The future never opened its secrets to me before I met you. God, who are you? Why have our paths crossed? I feel like this is not a coincidence. Something momentous is happening. Destiny is pushing us towards something. But what? Questions without answers? I swear, this morning I couldn't have imagined what waited to me. Maybe it's the knife that gives you the power of divination? This knife is a powerful artifact. I feel that power is of a different nature. No, I felt the same as I do now when I tell the past. This is a gift, but manifested in a completely abnormal way. Is what you saw destined to happen? No, the future is not set. It used to be, a long time ago, when the god Aradin guarded Galarian. But not now. Prophecies do not come true. Or they do, but not in the way they're supposed to. I only saw one version of the future, one of the paths leading to it. But the choice has not been made, and our destinies are not set in stone. Who were you in the vision? I don't know. Someone strong and desperate enough to resort to extreme measures. I felt that what I was doing had to be done. Your powers are amazing. A few minutes ago I would have agreed with you, but the thing that has just happened, it disturbs me. My gift has never manifested like this. Something has changed, and these changes frighten me. Please examine the items I'm carrying. Perhaps one of us could tell a story. The storyteller nods politely. Let me touch them, and I'll tell you what I can see. Odolf carefully takes Yanil's sword, Radiance. Powerful forces lie dormant in the sword. It used to belong to an incredibly bright and daring soul. The storyteller's hand runs carefully over the scale that has not yet lost its shine. Proud Terendelev, protector of Knabris, you devoted your life to serving people. Your death is a great loss. But maybe I'll be able to find out something about you that is unknown to your many admirers. The storyteller's hand touches Finian. What a peculiar weapon. I sense intelligence in it, but it seems dented. Grant Barrelf, watch where you're poking your fingers. It tickles. The storyteller fiddles with a fragment of a gold buckle. An old thing, created long ago by divine will. But the power that gave birth to it is lost in the darkness. However, the relic still lives on, though it has changed. I wonder what secret it is hiding. Would you like to know? Bring me 5, wish it was 3, vials of magic essence, and I will revive this object, and with it, its story. Elf looks at you with unusual impatience. Shall we? We've already done the stone knife. Present Radiance, what do you see of its past? The storyteller touches the blade with his finger. Sadness rings in his voice. Dresden is doomed. Demons attacked right after we'd lost protection of the Sword of Valor. My city, my bastion of hope. We built you as a symbol that the lands mutilated by the Abyss could be restored to mortals. Now you are perishing, and there is nothing I can do. We retreat, no. We flee. The frightened crowds rush out into the night through the southern gate. They are chased by the angry house of demons, killing the last defenders of the citadel. My heart goes out to them, but I am standing on the wall. I am covering the retreat. Demons do not attack. They seethe around you, fall from the sky, strike all sides at once. They can't be stopped, but they can be distracted. I run to the upper floor of the gate tower. Radiance glows with a golden light in my hands. I permit myself to close my eyes for just one heartbeat. I imagine that the soft glimmering sword I see through my closed eyes is the light of the summer sun. I smile, open my eyes and call out, "Hey, Discari Spawn! Who wants the best trophy of the night? You know my name, Yaniel. You know how many of you I've killed with this very hand. You want to curry favour with Discard, Minago, or the echo of your lord? Bring my head, if you can." The roaring and screaming, they rush towards me in a wave of deformed bodies and unfurled wings. The wave crashes against me, splattering my armour with bloody froth. Broken wings, chopped up bodies, plummet to the foot of the tower. In the heat of battle, I see Joran's pale face down there. He looks up at me in desperation, but he can't help. He's carrying 2 wounded on his shoulders. The city will fall, but my friends will survive. This is what I'm fighting for. I'm covering the retreat. Joran. Ah. He's the blacksmith outside. The flow of fleeing people gradually dwindles. My armor is broken in many places, and I cannot heal my wounds anymore. The last demon I stabbed with Radiance suddenly recoils, tearing the handle out of my blood-slickened hand. He flies up, but falls somewhere far behind the walls, by the road being taken by those fleeing. No more golden glow in my hands. The night closes in on me, filled with shrieking, mocking demon laughter. Dresden, I am dying with you. I have the sword. Righteous Iomade. Accept my soul. The storyteller runs his hand along the blade with a sad smile. I know whose memory this is. I've heard about her so many times. Daniel was a true crusader. Touching her memories is so cleansing. Do you see the future of the sword? Just one of numerous possibilities. The blind elf touches the sword hilt and the metal rings in his voice. I slide out of the sheath swiftly. I proudly watch the army of warriors led by my lady. I sing, slashing the air, putting courage in their hearts. I am radiance. Tremble, city of Dresden. My lady Yangniel has perished, but I am not done yet. Charge. Storyteller returns the sword to you. It is nice to know the sword's glory days are not over. There's many battles ahead. Take care of it. It is a glorious sword. Tell me about Trendolev. Storyteller takes a deep breath and smiles. I am flying. I can finally spread my wings. I'm gliding over a broad river. The sunset has turned its smooth surface into a mirror, and I see my reflection. It is as if another silver dragon is rising to meet me from the depths. But what is it? The scales on my chest are black. The darkness is spreading over my body. I wake up. A clear sky sways above me, blazing with heat. I am in human form. The red dust of the wound clings to my cracked lips. Someone is carrying me on a stretcher made of shields and spears. I am so weak I can barely lift my hand to my face. The sight of my own hand terrifies me. It is black, and the skin glistens like scales melted by fire. I probably ought to cry, and I only feel hatred and nausea. All those people around me. I have sympathy for them. Did I choose to leave the mountains? I gave up my flights for years over the rivers. I went to the demon's lair. They don't have a scratch on them, and I am infested with foulness. This is not fair. My life is more precious than their pathetic existence. Oh, how I hate them in this moment. And then I suddenly feel shame. No! These are not my thoughts. The crusaders carrying me are my good friends. I'm glad they did not suffer, but I hate them and myself so much. Pain and hatred pierce me all at once. It's all because of them. All because of them. Someone walking beside me touches me, talks to me. The only thing I hear is, your mentor. He will come. He will help. And I lose consciousness. The storyteller takes a deep breath, exiting the vision. Such hatred from Trendolev. Wasn't she on her side? Trendolev has come a long way. Her unit was ambushed by demons once. She was infected with foulness. The Trendolev you met in Canavras had gone through many trials and regained her former purity. What happened next? Storyteller puts his hand to his forehead. Sometimes the past can be as vague as the future. We all know how Trendolev's story ended, but the beginning is hidden from us. Maybe if you find something else that used to belong to her, we will know more about this struggle. However, no matter what we learn, remember, her soul of a true dragon, overcame every obstacle, endured every torment. She was able to purifice herself, for dragons are truly powerful, not only in body, but in spirit too. Tell me what you see. Hello, Grandpa Elf, Finian says. Storyteller carefully takes Finian from your hands. Hello, Finian. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. His face contorts into a painful grimace. I'm coming to again. How long have I been here? They kept me in a cage for 3 days. I know this because 3 times the light underneath the door has disappeared for a long time. They chained me to the table, and the bladesmith. Everyone calls him the bladesmith. He's placed a device with a jar over me. It feels like I'm being fried. At first I tried to break free, but I got tired. Then I screamed. And now I've lost my voice, though the pain is burning right through me. Storyteller stops. His voice changes, becoming more frightened. I think I lost consciousness again. But when I wake up, the pain was gone. I wasn't tied to the table anymore. I was standing near it, and someone else was lying on the table. A burned corpse covered with a black crust. The master took out a handsaw and was sawing off his head in a very focused way. I should have run back then. I couldn't for some reason. This burned corpse had a symbol on his belt, just like I do. An eye and a star. My favourite belt. A good one. Where would a stranger get one? Must have been from someone from my clan, some distant family member. The storyteller stops. When he speaks again, you hear only a muffled whisper. Those crusaders, I was glad that when I saw them. I thought they'd come to help, but how? How was it I killed them? Someone told me to, and I obeyed. I don't understand. I understand nothing now. I need to catch my breath. I need all this to stop. Even just 1 minute. I have to understand what's happening to me. I just need to rest. And the storyteller shakes his head, slowly coming to his senses. That is Finian's past. But what awaits him in the future? The dead have no future. But storyteller smiles. I see an endless ocean on a good day, and a boat flying over the waves. I'm so excited, but I don't know whose vision this is. Is this soul existing here now, or a soul reborn? Thank you for your story. Storyteller gives Finian back to you. Please take care of this young lad. He is finally in the right hands. Do not worsen his suffering by involving him in dishonorable deeds. Finian, come on, Grandpa Ralph. I can take care of myself. I'm not a kid. I don't know what horrors you were talking about. But don't you worry about it, alright? Look after yourself. Ah, Finian, you've had quite the bad time, haven't you? Sorry. My neck is stiff. I'm not even sure why. I have more important things to do. Turn with new stories, and I'll be waiting. Can I help you? And the storyteller nods gratefully. I appreciate your offer. I have reason to believe that somewhere in Canabras there's a manuscript authored by an elf from Kyoin who witnessed the Earthfall. The storyteller's voice suddenly breaks, and he stops for a moment. For personal reasons, I'd like to examine it. But no matter how hard I try, I've failed to find it. Even in the Blackwind Library, I've only found a mention that the manuscript exists as held somewhere in the city. I assume it's stored in the Gary Garrison. They wouldn't let me into the archive when I visited. All those crusaders were nervous about the strange blind elf and interested in their secrets. It's understandable. The crusade naturally made them more paranoid. Now the Great Garrison has fallen into the enemy's hands. I would be grateful if I could see the manuscript. I have a few questions about encounter in the Blackman Library. What were you doing there? Or no? Did you find what you looked for? We already know. I see. These are interesting adventures. I know that it's been a lot of talking so far, but I believe there's only 2 people left to really address. Darian. The Defender's Heart is a splendid choice for the Crusade's outpost. Yeah. The very sight of these walls brings back fond memories of drinks and revels. The drinks were really good, by the way. People say you've been trying Queen Gallifrey's patience deliberately. Is that true? It doesn't matter. All of the Mendavian high society has declared war on me. They either despise me or they're trying to steer me back onto the right path. I'm doing everything in my power to keep them on their toes. I relish the prospect of all of the fun this missing time wrestle will bring. Darian grins from ear to ear. I shall either commission a song about the Great Canabras fiasco from a certain talented bard, or confuse the drawers with a rather tall order, a batch of silver dragon toys with detachable heads. Give me a week and they will be in every shop in the capital. Darian. Really? He jerks a ceiling charge. If you really want to make your revenge to make enemies suffer, To be honest, I kind of like his method more. Chaotic? Nah. Good, the heroic dragon who died for a future deserves respect, not your mockery. Nah. I see, thank you for your answer. You don't find a more honest or straightforward fellow than me. May I ask you a few personal questions? You can try. I've heard stories about the tragedy that befell your family. I hope you don't feel obliged to offer me your insincere condolences on this unfortunate occasion. My whole family, my entire noble line, they all died. And demons are to blame. It's not like I actually loved any of my relatives except for my mother, but what's gone is gone. The family crypts are full of corpses, all covered in dust and the shadows of the past. What do you cherish most in your life? There are far too many things that I cherish to fit them all in a single conversation. Believe it or not, I might be one of the most life-loving people you've ever known. Darian smiles. His eyes are gleaming with something different from his usual impudence and irony. There's a dreamy air about him all of a sudden. I rarely meet anyone who embraces the joys of living as enthusiastically as myself. There are so many exciting and beautiful things in the world. It should be illegal to waste your time on anything you do not enjoy. I am not afraid to repeat that to anyone's face. Should it be Discari and his demonic herd, or Amade, the Lightbringer herself? What do you hate the most? The feeling of helplessness, the lack of control over my own life. Darian replies without thinking, then he adds with obvious sarcasm, and onion rings of course. I'd murder the person who came up with those abominations. You don't seem especially keen on helping people, but your knowledge of healing is truly impressive. What prompted your interest in that? If you really want to try out everything life has to offer, you have to understand how to deal with the consequences. And I'm not talking about a simple hangover, mind you. Honestly, that is a pretty good reason for him to know healing. No complaints? That is actually a good reason for him to have it. Especially considering what he gets up to. Do you have any good stories about your past exploits? I've got plenty, but I have to warn you that even the most outrageous debauchery sounds far less thrilling when not the one doing the debauchery. Still, since you asked, I suppose the worst mess I've ever got myself into was when I was staging my own kidnapping. I was once in correspondence with one of the Riverland nobles, the young Lord Lebeda. He told me that his days as a hostage to a group of bandits. This made me wonder, what would it be like? And I thought it might be fun to set up a little experiment. I engineered my own kidnapping by a certain gang through a chain of intermediaries and hired actors. Those fellas took the job very seriously. They caught me by surprise, killed my 2 bodyguards, and even tied me up. Of course, the whole thing seems preposterous now. It seems like an ingenious idea at the time. The employers had told the kidnappers that they were to keep me safe and sound, and another group of mercenaries in disguise was watching the spectacle from far, ready to interfere in case anything went wrong. It turned out that to be a terrible idea nonetheless. It was not as exciting or as fun as I thought. Sure, those bandits had been unable to torture or hurt me physically in any way, but they had plenty of other non-invasive methods of humiliation in their arsenal. Taking almost all your clothes off and splashing ice cold water all over you, for example. Ugh. I can't even remember if I said anything truly offensive to provoke them. Even though I initially planned to let them go after the ransom, their overly emotional reactions made me change my mind. I told my mercenaries to hang them all on the spot. I suppose the whole ordeal taught me a valuable lesson. Which is that I am not built for hardships and trials. Okay. That's a bit warped. Wait, you just told me that a couple of your bodyguards died during the stage kidnapping? Doesn't mean 2 innocent people lost their lives so you can have a bit of fun. Darian pales a little, but not of shame. Oh, spare me. It irks me beyond all measure when I hear about the suffering of innocents. He sighs, looks away and continues in a flat, polite tone. Yes, the bodyguards died. Guarding nobles is a dangerous job. They were well aware of the risk. But I don't really see a problem with that. Besides, they proved their incompetence. They would have stood no chance against any real kidnappers. These mind games of yours will come back to bite you sooner or later. I hope not. I enjoy myself. I enjoy my life. And I'd like to keep this going for as long as possible. So, this was a stupid story. And now I'll tell you a truly brilliant one. Prelate Hilrun has always strictly prohibited any public celebrations in Canabras, and he's always picked on me for my lack of respect for the fallen and whatnot. It's grumbly annoyed me so much that one day, I drove 4 barges into the city harbour and set up a celebration on their decks. The ships on the river didn't fall under the prelate's jurisdiction, you see, and so all he could do was snarl at me from the embankment. I, for one, did not forget the old boy. The main attractions of the festivities involved Inquisitor Amade dancing and roasting brutal witches on illusionary bonfires, taking off his clothes with every new victim. The spectacle was so heated, in every sense of the word, the prelate almost had a stroke. I still consider that one of my finest ideas of all time. Should the Crusaders ever succeed in their efforts against the World Wound, I will do my utmost to get permission to hold a grand public celebration. Rivers of wine, free of charge, obligatory, yeah, I murdered that word, obligatory, that's it, parade, and a carnival in the evening. A contest for the most provocative succubus costume with a hefty prize in gold. Another contest where the participants have to fish a sausage out of a wine jar blindfolded with their hands tied behind their backs. The wine will symbolize the blood of all the dead heroes of the wall, and the sausage, well, they'll find a heroic meaning for that as well. Over the years, the commemoration of the greatest victory of light over darkness will turn into an ordinary holiday. Find an excuse to get sloshed and rot like animals in the streets. Do you enjoy being mean to everyone? Darian, yes. And here I thought you were hurling insults at people purely by accident. Darian laughs. This time his smile is surprisingly soft. I like your way with words. What did you expect me to say if I wanted to make a good impression? Something along the lines of, I'm not mean, I'm just being honest with myself and everyone else. That's what people use as an excuse when they want to keep up their cherishine? Facades? 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 Yeah, words. Facade. While still saying whatever nasty little thoughts spring into their mind. That is not what I do. I have no hidden agenda. It's just I'm just as much of an insufferable prick as I seem to be. Some people are simply begging for a good old dose of mockery, so who am I to deny them? I don't give a damn if anyone holds a grudge against me, which is why I don't even try to avoid it. And I have no more questions. Good day, sir. I hope this conversation was at least the slight bit amusing. It really was. I like Darian. Very, very amusing. Two more questions. I'd like to talk about light in Mendev and the Crusade. Ask, I am all ears. What's your opinion on Mendev today in general? It doesn't exist. Darian growls. It is a frontier country. Yeah, let me try again. It is a frontier country that has attracted every utopian, adventurer, and fanatic from all over the world for more than a century. It's a place where the stranglers outnumber the locals, especially in the cemeteries. The population of Mendev, for the most part, consists of humans and other races not exactly known for their longevity, so the current generation of Mendevians were born in the shadow of the World Wound and raised by the Crusades. I might be the last person to complain about the decline of traditions and the lack of character in our country, but I also happen to come from one of Mendev's most ancient lineages. Its history is bred deep in my bones. My tutors told me stories about my heritage. The galleries, libraries, and even the inheritors of the manors I grew up in were filled to the brim with memories of events long past. There are many heroes of old Mendev among my glorious ancestors, or at the very least, patrons and contemporaries of such heroes. Does anyone actually remember them now? I don't think so. These days, Mendev has its own heroes, in shining armor, and with holy fire in their eyes. I myself remember how several streets that once celebrated my ancestors were renamed in honor of some crusaders who had died in a heroic fashion. None of the citizens remember the old crossing festival that was eventually replaced by Armistice. These holidays even share the same date. Pretty much the only authentic thing about Mendev now is its endless war with the demons. And is there a point in bemoaning the state of such affairs? What's gone is gone. But at least we're no longer some tiny, god-forsaken northern kingdom. And that's something, isn't it? You don't really like Crusaders, do you? Quite the opposite. When I think about how many devoted heroes are willing to protect this world against a demonic threat, I feel inspired. Inspired to continue indulging my vices while they fight to keep me safe. Imagine being someone like me, someone who has everything that they can possibly desire. Youth, beauty, wealth, an honest wish to live and enjoy living, but vanishingly few ways to put it to any use. The fact that the word fun itself is not yet outlawed in Mendev must be due to some bureaucratic oversight. You can celebrate your victories solemnly. You can wet your whistle after a challenging battle, but what about real fun? Joys, pleasures. I can remember a single evening at court without someone chastening me for the banquets, my lovers and mistresses, my luxurious clothes, my everything. It would have been a lot easier to tolerate all those hypocrisies if they took a break once in a while. Instead, there's a constant fuss about how I wasn't doing anything for the greater good, and how I only brought shame to my royal cousin. And what do you think of our enemies? Do you mean the demons themselves, or their followers? The former deserve to be cleansed with heavenly fire for their unholy origin, and the latter for their idiocy. I don't understand why a sane person would submit themselves to Discari or Cabriri. Cabriri? Cabriri? Not sure if I said that one right. Alright, Lady Noctilia almost seems like a bearable half-mistress. Yet there are so many other cultists that have tried to recruit me twice already, and I'm not even that old. First, a very pretty tiefling girl tried to seduce me, and then they came with promises of Lord Baphomet's endless boons. I still wonder what exactly the old hornhead could offer me that I don't already have. You know what I have been thinking? Every shopkeeper knows this trick. An enticing offer along the lines of one in every 100 buns from my bakery contains a silver coin. And of course, a hired actress to make a memorable show of finding said coin in her sweet roll. And there you have it. Hundreds of gullible fools storm the shop hoping to win a prize for themselves. I think the infamous Arlu Volesh was such an actress for the Lords of the Abyss. A petty Sarkonian witch who became the uncrowned queen of the Whirlwind, waited upon the hand and foot by demon lords. And instead of visiting a bakery, the gullible fools rushed to join the cultists. We have an army of unbelievable, powerful supernatural invaders from another dimension, hell-bent on destruction and domination. And what do those fools do? They serve them willingly as pawns and lackeys, hoping against hope that someday their masters will notice them. You won't believe how delighted I am to be so vain and self-absorbed. These sins protect me from my against demonic temptation better than any virtue. He is one of a kind. What made you join my party after all? I mean, instead of carousing far away from Cannabis with a small army of mercenaries to protect me? I will get to that. You see, when you appeared at my door out of nowhere, awash with bravery and heroism, I started tossing demons around like ragdolls. I thought your company might be more exciting than my usual crowd of sycophantic hangers-on. You seem competent and mysterious at the same time, so I decided that a little demon hunting wouldn't hurt, especially with such an intriguing entourage. That party has been growing staler with every passing second anyway. Needless to say, I am not here for long. I should return to the capital or even one of my country estates as soon as we reclaim the city. Crusades, billowing commanders, row upon row of identical tents. This is not the life for me, and I will certainly remember you and our adventures together. For a week. Or perhaps even longer than that. Okay, I should go. Goodbye. And that, my friends, is Darian. One of a kind, in his own right. Now for Ember. The elf in front of you is young, still an adolescent by the standards of her long-lived folk. A childish, carefree smile plays on her face, and her wondering eyes linger on you for a moment before darting off again into the distance. Terrible scars cover her body, and a few of her fingers are missing. A crow sits on her shoulder, observing you with clever eyes. Really? I didn't notice that in her picture. But it seems to be the case. Tell me about yourself. Well, they call me Ember. I used to live in the River City, and now I walk with you. That's my story. Why did they call you Ember? I have had many names. When I was little, Mum and Dad called me Dove, or Cricket, or Kitten. Dad called me his ray of sunshine, and when my mum was cross, she called me by a long name, a grown-up one. I can't remember it, no matter how hard I try. Then, when I came to live in the River City, people called me by different funny names, like Ember, or Torch, or Smoky. I don't know why. They call me Birdbrain because I have a crow. They call me Lucky Seven because of my fingers. She raises her hand. The middle finger on her right hand and then two smaller fingers on her left are missing. They sometimes call me Grilled Meat and said I was stupid. But I didn't feel hurt. I mean, they're right. I really am silly. They didn't mean to hurt me. I like Ember. It's a good word. Embers are like people. On the outside they're grey and cold like stones. But they're warm inside. You can blow on them and they start a fire to help you survive a cold night. And that's wonderful, isn't it? Ember it is. Where are you from? Far away. From the flower country. The girl gestures vaguely off into the distance. It's so beautiful there. Everywhere there's flowers blooming, golden towers and waterfalls. Everyone is like me, with pointy ears. There's no round-eared people. No short ones, no hornheads. We live there together. Me and Mum and Dad. Mum and Dad argued a lot. Dad used to say that all good people should go on the crusade and fight the demons. Mum said he was silly because it was so far away and none of our business. And that he shouldn't abandon his child. She meant me. But he didn't abandon me. He took me along. He said I was born the same year that the hole to the demon world opened. He said it was a sign that I would become one of the heroes that closed it. Of course, I'm not a hero. but I'm here anyway, helping as much as I can. Where'd you get your scars? It happened by accident. Madame and I came sailing down the river to join the crusade. Dad said all good people were going to the world to heal it. He said the crusaders were the best people in the world, and together we're going to win. But when we arrived in River City, the crusaders got everything mixed up. They thought my dad and I were bad and decided to burn us at the stake. Dad died, and I crowed so loudly that one good night realized it was all a big mistake. He started yelling at the other crusaders, even the one in charge, and then walked right into the fire and got me out. The others wanted to stop him, but he took out his sword and scared them away. The kind knight took me to a healer. I later learned that while the knight was pulling me from the flames, he himself was burned so badly that he died not long after. But I'm still alive, a few fingers missing, and my skin is funny. I lived in the River City ever since. I've never had my own house, but I have many friends. And the demons came, and I met you, and you know what happened after that. Neck's so stiff. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not sure what I did to it, but it is not heading very well. Yeah, but when she's mentioning the River City, she's basically just talking about Canabras. A lynch mob called themselves Crusaders? For shame. People always call themselves pretty words, as if calling oneself a paladin or a commander is enough to stop you from being a poor, hard, frightened sinner. She shrugs and smiles. There was one true knight there, and the others came to the senses at last. Do you worship any deity? The girl shakes her head with an unwavering smile. Dad taught me to pray to Amide. He said she was a kind goddess, and she got people to the crusades against evil. Knights who burned my dad and me worshipped her too. They even lit the fire with a prayer to her. And she did nothing to help us. But then one kind knight, alone, without any gods, changed his mind and saved me. I think the gods are the same as us. They don't understand anything, and they're scared of everything. So they hurt themselves and the rest of us. People worship the gods only because they're afraid of being responsible for themselves, and the gods listen to the praise. They become smug and arrogant and begin to believe that they're better than us. But they're no better. They're silly sinners just like the rest of us. Sometimes I pray to the gods. Different ones. The good ones, the bad ones. I ask them to stop. Stop fighting and hurting each other. I don't know if they ever hear me. But if they do, I mean, the knight who wanted to burn me, he was able to change his mind and do a good deed. If he can change, maybe Baphomet can too. How do you survive in the streets? The elf shrugs. There are many good people in the River City. When I sang for them in the streets, they often gave me coins or bread, or sometimes even clothes. I shared everything with the other homeless, and they showed me where it was safe to sleep, where I could get out of the rain and cold, where I could find discarded things. When the demons destroyed the River City, I looked for my friends and found no one. They probably all died. The homeless have no supplies, or weapons, or basements to hide in, and the knights weren't protecting them either. Knights are like gods. So self-important. They're saving the world after all. What do they care about the homeless? She's still smiling, the girl shrugs. Where do your magical powers come from? These tricks? I have them from my grandma. She used to be my father's grandma. Before that, his father's. I've never seen her myself, but she's very clever and kind. I lived on the street. Sometimes she left food for me, or a blanket in the winter. Sometimes I felt her stroking my hair as I fall asleep, but I open my eyes, there's no one near. She also sent me soot. She scratches the crow's beak, and the bird grumbles in happy response. She tells Soot how to do different tricks, and Soot teaches me. It appears that Emma doesn't know who exactly gives her these powers, but you can guess from her words that her patron is Andoletta, a powerful Archon, one of the Imperial Lords who, also known as Grandmother Crow. So Archon, Imperial Lords, not gods, but they are very powerful divine beings, if I remember correctly. And the fact that she has someone looking after her is pretty interesting. Thank you for your answers. Oh, not at all. I didn't really tell you anything. You're always so cheerful. How do you manage to remain so hopeful when we're surrounded by such horror? Hope? She tilts her head and continues to smile. No, hope is a lie. Why should we hope for? This world is in the hands of the demons. The gods can't help. Or they don't want to. Or they forgot about us altogether. People know they're about to be eaten by demons. But still they quarrel with each other. And they fight. And they steal. There's no hope. Only us. We'll have to win without hope. It'll be hard. The entire abyss is against us. We can only win by some miracle. Which means we'll have to make one happen. What other choice do we have? We'll work a miracle and win. Not because we have to. I have to go. So go. Love watches you with a radiant smile as you leave. Very, very kind soul. Or broken soul. A combination of kind and broken. Okay, we're gonna go type. Now, I believe we've already looked through all the books we have. I'm just gonna quickly do all this, and then we can dump all of these from our inventory into our stash. Hopefully they'll stay there through chapters. But, you know, might not as well. Honestly, I don't think there is another book in this chapter that we have to read for another bonus. I could be wrong about that, mind you. But we're just going to be safe and read all of them. Now, I have said I'm going to probably read through most of these at some point, if anyone's interested. I'm thinking about perhaps doing that towards the end of the game. If the books stay around, we'll definitely do that. Some of these do provide interesting little lore notes that are somewhat important, both for now and in the future. But for now, we don't really need to worry about that. Almanac, orders to journal, yet my personal diary. But there, okay. Now let's put all the books in there. Excuse me. Notice orders, don't need those anymore either. Read this letter. We already read that, she didn't mention it, so go there. Should draw a letter, don't need to worry about that. The rest of these are just things we can sell. -1. Which is good, because we actually need to do just that. Ah, I did forget about one person we have to talk to in there. We'll do that in a second. Over here we go. Talk to Jorah and Vane. If you know who's who in the city, maybe you can tell me something about Count Arendelle. I'll tell you, why not? Everyone knows the story, you see, but you could say that I'm the one who found it in a way. The Arendelles are a very wealthy and ancient line, and they hail from the outlying areas of Canabras. That's where the Arendelle family seat is, along with their ancestral lands. In the past, if Mendev was ever feuding with Sarkhanus, or if some clan from there was causing trouble, the Count and Countess of Arendelle were the ones who would defend the border with their soldiers. The main residence was called Heaven's Edge. It still stands to this day north of here, on the road towards Dresden, but no one lives there now. Around 10 or so years ago, there was a grand celebration held at the estate. The mother and the guardian of the current count invited the great and the good to celebrate his birthday. The entire Arendelle clan was there, as well as many other nobles. And then, without warning, the demons struck. Clearly, they couldn't ignore such a perfect opportunity to cut down so many of Mendev's great dynasties in one fell swoop. There was even a chance that the queen herself might have made an appearance, for she was related to the count as well. Well, when new news came from the estate and a troop of inquisitors was sent to investigate, they forced open the gates and discovered a manor full of corpses. They had all perished. Jorah says sorrowfully. The servants, the guards, the guests, including some of Arendelle's chosen clerics and paladins. The demons had unleashed a magical plague, terrifying and strange, the likes of which had only been seen before, hadn't been seen before or since. And among all this was young Darian Arendelle, the only survivor. The Count had a talent for divine magic since his youth, healing magic in particular, and that must be why he didn't die among the rest. He couldn't explain how he survived the disease. I saw him that day, when they brought him into the city, pale and barely conscious of his surroundings. So that's the story. Since then, Heaven's Edge has stood abandoned and sealed off to the outside world. People are still afraid to go near the place. Why do you have your forge here in the tavern yard? Wherever I am, that's where my forge is. A true master of any craft will always find the tools they need. I miss my old forge, of course, but it's now just a pile of charred stone and metal. And I've still got my hands, and that means I can do work. But it also means you can sell me stuff. So first off, let's get rid of the junk that we've been collecting, which we have a lot of. Any other miscellaneous stuff? Milk we need. Nope. That really does just get rid of everything that we don't. There are a bunch of potions that are of questionable use. Especially those, for example. Potion of Blur. Could be useful. May keep them. Moderate Wounds. Enlarge Person. Useful. Inflict Light Wounds. Not useful for this party. If we had a undead among us, it would be. There isn't an undead companion unless you're wearing a lich, I believe, so we don't actually need that. So there we go. Inflict Moderate Wounds, same thing. If we had an undead character, that'd be pretty good. I do apologise if Steam thing keeps on popping up here. I haven't turned it off yet, I really need to. Potion of Protection of Chaos. No, there's better versions we can put of that at the moment. Restoration, yes, yes. Shield of Faith, no. Okay, time to go through this. Abrupt Force, very nice scimitar, but none of us use it. That I remember, at least. Could be wrong about that, but we'll see. A Club of Nails, no one uses clubs. Cold Iron, Masterwork Javelin, don't need it. Cold Iron, Masterwork Scimitar, don't need that. Cold Iron Short Spear, nope. These can go as well. Dark Horn, nope. Decimation. Oh, that's actually a really nice parachet, at least for the beginning of the game. Although, it's also questionable, because getting critical hits is also kind of rare. Dropping Longbow, nope. Grace of Peace. Kukuri, I would love to put it on him, but he doesn't have Kukuri's proficiency at all. It's an exotic weapon, I believe. Heavy Mace of Fire would be good for a paladin in a way, I believe. But we've already specialised in longswords. It's one of the bad things about Pathfinder. It really forces you to specialise in a weapon rather than two. Light Mace. Longsword of Detriment. We're going to keep using Valor at the moment. I kind of want to use that one, but... I mean, it is technically an upgrade. But it's not Cold Steel. That's what I wasn't using it before. So that can go as well. Masterwork Barrichet, Bow, Dagger, all the glaives, all the scimitars, all the sides. Okay, Quarterstaff Coercion is actually going to be really good, especially for Nino. So we're going to keep that. Shortbow of Code, no one uses shortbows. Sickle of Falter. Wherever it lands a hit, must reflex. Not the greatest weapon, pretty bad actually. The Collapse. Because we will hit all enemies in 15-foot area must be able to save or become prone. It's good, but it has the worst save in the game on it tied to that ability, a fortitude save. You're going to find pretty quickly in Pathfinder that a lot of creatures have very high fortitude saves. There are exceptions, mind you, but I'm going to say roughly about half the creatures in Pathfinder, despite these saves to have 3 options, are going to be high fortitude saves, especially higher than 16. Especially since we're going through the game pretty fast. I should say the level's pretty fast, so... Collapse, not that useful. Virtuous Star Knife. Extra damage against evil creatures. Actually not bad. Breastplate. +1. We have better ones. Crypt Raider's Armor. Scale Mail. We have better again. Light Armor, no. Padded Armor, also no. Unbending Armor. It's tempting. But none of us use leather armor. We have a lot of people that don't use armor at all, to be honest. Flow of Water, we want to keep that one, just in case. Stollhiller's Ring. +1 luck bonus and all saving throws against fire-based effects. That's not that good, to be honest. It might help with Fireball, for example. Firestorm, Fire Breath. But Most of the effects are going to be coming for you probably aren't fire-based. Unless a kinetic diadem. If you have a kinetic assist or a kinetic knight, this is a great one for you. But we're not going to use it. As you can see by all our collecting so far, 3,500, not 100,000 gold. It's a large number. And yet we're going to spend pretty much all of it very, very fast. Do you have plate armor at the moment? You do not. We don't get that until later. After the tavern fight, I believe. As you can see, we can buy some good items, but most of them will be too expensive for us. Butcher of the Undead. Nope. A lot of these aren't that important for us. Cool. Magic items. Nope. Usable items. Also no. Notable. That's pretty much everything from him. So we have a lot of gold. Nothing much to spend it on though, which is surprising. I would love some actual plate armor, but beggars can't be choosers. What we can do is go over to him and see if we have some extra stuff to buy. Now we do have a question for him. Whenever I sleep outside the walls of Defender's Heart, I am plagued by terrible dreams. Can you help me? The priest studies your face carefully. You look tired, but otherwise entirely healthy. If we were anywhere else, I would simply tell you to get some rest. But we are on the border of the World Wound, and I am all too aware of what is happening to you. As you know, the Wound is a rift between Galarian and the Abyss, and all the evil that feeds the Abyss does the opposite in our world. It feeds on Galarian. So it is that even when we cannot see demons near us, our ultimate foe, the Abyss, is always surrounding us. Many soldiers fighting the World Wound experience similar things. They suffer terrible nightmares, get no peace, and sometimes even lose their minds. But we are trained to help you with this affliction. By the will of Abadar, I have consecrated an altar here. The God's grace permits the space around it, soothing one's soul, quietening thoughts during rest. So if you find your nerves fraying, seek out a holy place like this, approach it, and all corruption shall be cleansed from you. Okay. Now show me what you're selling. Give me your magic items. Now, I thought we'd find a lot more of these, but we haven't so far. So, let's get these for now. Braces of Wizard. Bonus +2. And all knowledge arcana checks. They feel good for Nino. Guardian of Life. Death Ward spell. We don't actually have access to Death Ward yet, I don't think. Okay. Another thing of note is I believe this merchant keeps on with us further on to the Crusade, so if we don't buy what he has now, we can get it later. Which is of note for you who want to buy all his scrolls. These kits could be useful. As you can see, already cost a lot. In fact, if we just drop these, I believe the 3 ones, that gets rid of most of the price. We need to get some of these. Not, yeah, we get all of them. Diamond Dust. Ooh, quite expensive. We don't have a reason to take it now. There are spells that do use it. Stone Skin is the first example that comes to mind. But isn't that important for us at the moment. Nothing important there. Armor. It's just what we've sold in the past. Weapons. Also just what we've sold in the past. As for scrolls, there are some that I'd like to get. Where are you? Usable. Here we are. The first is Phantasmal Killer. This is for Nino. It's going to be her primary spell once she gets up to the ability to cast it. Yeah, I wish it was a way to... Actually, there is. Make it alphabetical. Scroll of Phantasmal Killer. So now we just go down to P. There we go. Next, we need a... We have Fireball already. Lightning Bolt's another one I like. It's not actually going to be that useful against demons for a long time, because most of them are just immune to lightning. So its uses are limited. And let's see. What else would we want? It does kill a lightning bolt. Cloud Kill is one that I'd love to have, but I don't think he sells a scroll for it. Do you? Scroll of Cloud Kill, you do. Nice. Yeah, I should probably get a scroll of 3rd level. Actually, we'll go 4th level again. We want Dispel Magic. Also, Dispel Magic Raider. In fact, we want probably... no, we won't worry about that for now. We want Discriminate, but not for Nino. I want that more for my main character at some point. It's gonna be a long time before we can use it. Like, a long time. Let's go Swallow as well. Oh, maybe a scroll we don't have, a spell we don't have to choose the next level up. Where is Slow? Slow. Spiked Pit, yes thank you. Stinking Cloud, take you as well. Summoning spells are nice. Not our build at the moment though. Yeah, there are ones here. None of them are particularly good. Scroll of Acid Pit, yes. The pit spells are great and you'll see why later on. Protection from Evil is one I'd like to get for her. Yeah, protection from Evil and Protection from Energy. Protection from Acid, Communal, yep. Protection from Chaos, Communal, yes. Protection from Spells is another good one, but not one we're going to get. Now there's probably other illusion spells that we're going to have to get later on for Nino that should want. None that immediately spring to mind though. But for now, we're just going to get these. That'll leave us a bit of gold in the future in case we actually have to get something more important. Spending it all at once. It's a bad habit, both for life and this. What is your persuasion at the moment with all your bonuses? Only 14. I think it'd be higher. It's because I haven't put any, it's because I've only got Persuasive. Probably need to get Skill Focus. Persuasion at some point. I might start getting that when I get Hill Knight levels on there. Go all in. For now though, it's fine. We actually want to put these on you. You can't put a Amulet of Natural Armor on you, because your Natural Armor's already got a bonus. We can put this on you though, I believe. Does that affect your AC? It does. Thought it might give you a deflection bonus or something else, but no. It's a shield bonus, it's armor bonus, nothing else is giving bonus. So congrats, that's now yours. That's my character, nah, not sure. Lan actually probably needs this. There you go, 20. You're 21. I'd love for you to have more armor, but I think having 2 persuasion checks might be better at the moment. If it was a natural armor plus 2 amulet, would 100% put it on. Don't need it at the moment. As for Nino, she's a wizard. She now has wizard braces. Brings her AC up to 14. Honestly, not that great. She doesn't have mage armor at the moment, and I believe is also fatigued. Is she? Nope. Never mind. I'm not planning to use Nino too much. Totally forgot that when I chose the spell choice. I feel we're mostly using Ember this run. Though I do like Nino. Ember or Nino? Ember would be great for a good run. Nino's more probably better for a neutral run, to be honest. Probably go her. Sure, why not? which case, yeah, congrats, you can have a staff, but we'll also stick you with that for now. Now, as for the scrolls that we bought, Acid Pit, a book, Frame Breaker, no, Sphere, no, Cloud Kill, kind of want that on my name character, but you know you can have it for now. Dual Magic Point, yes. Can't you describe that? It's not much a greater area. It's not. Ibis Scream, no. Grease? No, we may actually. No, never mind. I'm probably going to use Ember. I'm just being slightly stupid. I bought these for Nino, so we're going to put these on Nino, but still. Let her use one of them. Wait, didn't that add the communal version of that already to you? Protection for alignment, yes. Never mind. That's all good. Okay, sickening, no. Reduce person, no. Assist energy. She has a communal vision of that, so we don't need to worry about that. Scare, no. Sense vitals, no. Slow, yes. Spiked pit, yes. Stinking cloud, yes. Stunning barrier, may as well, we've got 2 of them. Small air elemental, no. Small water. Gracelessness, no. So, spellbook wise, she's actually looking pretty good. Or rather, has the things she needs up to at least 5th level. We will just be slightly careful and put this as it needs to be. Okay, Snowball. I'll probably replace Snowball with Magic Missile. We want Grease, but you don't have it. Bit of a shame. Mage Armor is on there. A large person, yes. And Colour Spray, even though I know you're not going to really be that useful later on. It is notable that Colour Spray, compared to like things like Sleep at 1st level, actually still has a use at higher levels. It's just not as useful. Okay. Create 2 bits. Might actually remove that. And put in Fox's Cunning. Congrats. Fireball. I forgot that we should have actually got at least one favorite spells to put in there. I need a 3rd level illusion spell. Give me a sec. Audio will cut out from the actual game as I do this. Wrath of the Righteous. Level 3 wizard spells. Wizard spells. I need the double ones. What illusion ones are there? That's displacement. I think that's one. It's actually a pretty good one. So we'll get that one. Sherman Scrolls. Sorry about this. Good, usable. Good name. Scroll of Displacement. Where are you? Dismissal. Displacement. Congrats. There we are. Put this back up there so you can see it. Go back to Nino. Scribe Displacement. Go Spellbook, the level. Displacement, there we are. And Spiked Pit. That's Nino done. Wooljiff. Great Pit. Trust me, you want Great Pit. It doesn't affect flying creatures, mind you, but for everything else, it's really good. Get a second Grease. Grease keeps on paying even at high levels. Darien, don't need to remember spells. Ember, don't have to remember them either. Lan, just can't use them. And you, I believe I've already set you up with them. Yes. Effortless armor, or rather magical vestment for her. Which will actually be pretty good. It will make her slightly more tanky than she is at the moment. It's kind of her version of mage armor, in a way. Pole Lightning is just a way for her to have a limited amount of range damage. It's not too bad, 3d6. And Animate Dead is going to save our bacon more than once, I imagine. As for other quests we have to do, oh, there is another merchant we have to see, and soon. A strange figure towers over the bar, a huge, ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal parts lumpy and pitted, and blood-filled eyes stare impassively out at you from beneath pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hands looks dangerously delicate, as if one touch of those calf's fingers will be enough to crush it. Gold medallion engraved with the tankard gleams around his neck. What will it be? The medallion you're wearing. It's a sacred symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric of Cadian Callian? I am a tavern keeper. Best in the city. Best there's ever been. And I pray to the best god there is. So, basically he's a tavern keeper who prays to the god of tavern keepers. Show me what you have. Potions. Potions items as well. Helps with first level spells. Dark Omen is interesting, but also not that good. There are items like it, which you'll find further on. There's a fire version of it, for example, that gives some spontaneous casters the ability to cast Fireball, which will be great for Ember. This one, on the other hand, deals mostly with, say, necromancy spells, and none of them are particularly good. A lot of them on that actually have level limits. Scare, for example, and Fear. The rest of them also are just minor debuffs. Bag of Holding Small is something I forgot to get. We definitely need that though. Spicy Pastry. First aid kit, it's all good. Now, if you're doing this for the first time, I also recommend he sells, I believe, further up here. I thought he sold potions of restoration. He does. Potions of restoration. Restoration. Into not all of them. All of them is not too much. Even though I can afford them. Where'd you go? Don't tell me you went all the way to the bottom. 1, 2. Can we split them? Come on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A little annoying. Okay, spicy wings, copy recipe. Bag of holding, check. Potions of restoration, also check. Oldjiff had nothing particularly interesting in his shop. As far as I'm aware, it shouldn't have changed. 2 extra ones. Wand of Grease is tempting. The rest of it, not so much. And now we have to talk to Fawn Autumn Haze. The elf's pale, beautiful face bears an expression of melancholy detachment. How may I help? I met Kalisa. Fawn's melancholic expression remains calm, but his entire body tenses, and his fingers wrap around the handle of his weapon. Under what circumstances? I hope you see this opportunity to kill her. She claims she doesn't serve the demons. Of course she does. In an attempt to buy her life, she would stoop to the boldest and most egregious of lies. Whose word do you trust? Hers or mine? Are you certain of your allegations? Fawn lowers his head and says in a hollow voice, I am. Her misdeeds are terrible and proven with absolute certainty. Well, I let her go. After giving me a saddened look, Fawn stares off in the distance. Your decision is regrettable. I'm afraid that in doing so, you've condemned her many future victims to death. I suppose it just means that bringing this hunt to a close falls upon my shoulders. And I have to go. Good fortune to you. And that's that quest done. Now if we check our journal. Okay, Gwyn family secrets done. Spies mid-side ranks also done. The Burning City, we have to talk to Irabeth about that. A common cause, gather allies for the attack on the Grey Garrison. We've pretty much done as much as we can there. We could have got a third, technically, but we kind of murdered them. They were dirty thieves after all. A stay of execution. The brave souls gathered in Defender's Heart survived the first attack and the ensuing chaos. They're not out of the woods yet. Everyone understands that the death sentence issued by the Demon's Lords has not been quashed. It's simply postponed. No one knows when the execution will come, but each person hopes against hope to live long enough to see the threat pass, and to receive the clemency of fate. This is essentially just they're going to attack the tavern at one point. Cold Waters. Consumed by the war against the demons, the Crusaders can sometimes forget that life goes on outside the Crusade. Take Janog, for instance, the young cleric of Aristal, that's merely passed into a Canabris, but who was unavoidably detained when Discari's scythe came down on the city. That's for later. We basically are just going to go visit his village that he was planning to go to. The Outcast is still going. We need to wait for Cassila's schemes to be revealed. Ooh. Feud of the Faithful. That is done. It's essentially just the Raymond quest. With the Crusade, we need to go find out more about Treadlev. Can't do that now. Brenner's in need. Done that. It's completed. Stolen Moon. That is Woodchief's quest. Also completed. More Than Nothing. Can't do that in this chapter, but you know, it's interesting. League of the Inspiring Heart. Also next chapter. Divided City. That was the go to the market square and find a way across quest. That was done. Art and Patrol. Woodchief. It's just his quest for release. No time for a banquet. To save Darren, done that. Days of Strife. Need to go talk to the priest of Nassar. We just did that. Restoring a broken gold buckle. I have to find 5 vials of magic essence. Yeah. Notes for the storyteller. I have to find his stuff in the Grey Garrison. So we're essentially done. We're gonna go out here for a sec. Just a sec. It won't take long. That is, unless the loading screen takes a while. I want to go over here and just click that. This place has been sanctified. You can protect the area around it from the corruption of the abyss. I'm not sure if it affects anything, but I have had a error occur while resting here where it just kept on stacking corruption. It was not pleasant. Let's rest here for now. And let's just have... Oops, scribe scrolling. You know, scribe some of the scrolls that she just used. Can't do anything 3rd level or higher, but can do 2nd level spells. So let's make one of Control Pit. A Great Pit, I should say. Could upgrade it. Or at least it's cast level of what she is at the moment. So yeah, why not do this one? It'll take 1 day. As for Acme, I don't believe we have anyone that has Craft Acme. Can actually cook though. Like actually just cook a recipe. Movement speed. Cover that rest, don't get fatigued. That would actually be really good. Regal. Who's this Regal fellow? Cooking bonus to all saving throws for a day. It's not bad. Though I believe this skill checks for a day. Also not bad. But I think we'll go 5 extra temporary hit points. We'll go with saves. And we'll just say, yep. And rest for the recommended period? No. But we will begin resting.
If you're so good at healing other people, how come you don't heal yourself?
Of what? There's nothing wrong with me.
Darian and Ember. And we've successfully done those 2 things. It did take an extra hour, but it was done. The demons were killed recently, no doubt about that, but it's not clear if it happened here or if the bodies were brought here from elsewhere. Why were they brought here? Does anyone know why these demons suddenly appeared? Where is Ember? Oh, caps lock. Darren, do you know? I've never actually figured this out. Ember. Yep. Yep. So you? I think we've already asked all those. Nope. I want to do a quick check. I want to do a quick Google search. And I will. Because, honestly, that has been bothering me for a little while now. So, Wrath of the Righteous in Demon's Bed. Dead demons in the tavern. Just looking through Reddit for a few moments. Do you... was it the cat? Was it cat bringing corpses for me? Ooh. Okay, I have no idea. There may be another reason for that. I don't think anyone's found out why. It may be the cat. I haven't actually tested it with it not being there. But it's weird. It's weird. How long do I have to rest before demons attack the place? I'm gonna do a quick save. Everything's ready for our attack on the Great Garrison. Time to attack. The story involves you draw closer to events that have the power to change everything. Some quest locations may remain unavailable. Proceed when you are ready. Everything is ready. Onwards. We expect the demons to attack the demon's heart. We sharpened our swords and prepared for the worst, but nothing happened. It seems like the demons simply couldn't reorganize the attack in time. If we had even if we had been even slightly so off the mark, I'm sure they would have. And that's all down to you. So allow me to share some of the surplus resources that we have managed to save. I'm not sure if this is better than actually doing the event. I have no idea, to be honest. It could be, it could not be. But, and now, to battle. Honestly, I have no idea. I like the Defender's Heart defense. But you don't really get any rewards out of it, other than experience. This is another thing we're going to do a quick Google for, because I'm curious which is the better option. Wrath of the Righteous. Skip Defender's Heart or not. Okay, there are some discussions here. So get business around town done quickly. You can go to the Great Garrison before the demons attack the heart at all, and this is what you get. But you'll lose about 300 experience, more XP, and or additional golden potions. The choice is yours. It's about 300 more experience, which isn't that much. I think we're actually gonna, yeah, we're gonna skip it. I would love to do it. It's actually, I love the Defender's Heart defense, even though I know a lot of people don't like it. It's a great fight if you know it's coming. If you don't know it's coming, it's really annoying. But if you do, it's pretty nice. So instead, I think we'll actually just continue forwards. And yes, we'll go with this party. It is a bit iffy about where you want to go with Nino rather than Ember, or Nino rather than Darian. But I do like Nino. But I think for once, for this playthrough at least, we're going to keep Darian with us. Why, you ask? Well, mostly because I just don't usually not use him in a lot of other playthroughs. So using him in this one may actually be better. And sorry about the game audio dropping up and down there. The game doesn't play its audio if you click out of it, so if you hear the audio drop out, that is probably why. And here we are, the Grey Garrison. I hope the ritual works. It has to. There's no room for error. Combine our powers, time it right, cast the spell, and we are all got haste. It worked. Praise Eomade. Now, it's the demon's turns to suffer. And what that gives us is haste for an hour and a half, which is, honestly, a really good buff. This is the brand. That's actually a trap thing there, isn't it? Definitely have to come back to that. If you have the turn pause when trap is found turned off, turn it on in this section of the game. Otherwise, you're just going to haste run straight into it.
Now what is that?
For example. It's a long trap line. Okay, that's that. What are you connected to? No, like seriously, what are you connected to? Aha, that's the thing I saw earlier. Have you run over there?
I am helpful, am I not?
There we go. That's a trap thing there.
I hope you appreciate this.
Just... Oh, cider. Ooh, that'd be nice to drink. Ooh, so many stories about cider I could tell. None that I particularly want to share though. Loot for a smuggler's cache. Scabbard of Heirloom Sword. And there's a lot of grog. There we are. Along we go. And up to the first floor.
I won't let you hurt my friends.
In the first battle. Unlike last time we were here in the Grey Garrison with the tutorial, we actually have to fight all these. Good news is that most of these fights won't be that hard. Just take care of the wizards first.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Oh, and be somewhat, what's the word? Don't use all your spells up at once. Be somewhat conservative with them. Because you won't get them back very fast.
Out of my sight!
That's one minute.
I'll cut you wide open.
Oh, come on. Sleep, let's see what you say. That was my fault. I forgot the elves. And we need to sleep. We went here. And chicken saved against it. Really?
You won't survive me.
I'm rolling like shit. Actual shit. Okay. 1, 2. You don't have cleave turned on, do you? You do have power attack turned on. It's fine. Oh, really taking the love to Elsie.
The spirits demand your blood.
There we go. Should I put you to sleep? Are you an elf? You say you're not an elf. Ah, be safe.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Endure this!
Apologies if you hear that going on or off. That's literally just my switch. Okay, that's then done. That's that done.
Rules are made to be broken.
Let's heal you up a little bit. And once more. Just loot the entire place. That's jammed, yes. Loot them. You can continue going up there, or you can come over here for a little bit. That is the tip of the wardstone. The building was severely damaged when the Demon Lord Discovery flung the wardstone against its wall. Darian, this wardstone is a huge one for sure. Good thing it landed here and not in my mansion. Hit them. That's just rubble. Can't go through there, I don't think. And that door seems to be sealed. So up to the second floor we go.
Do not fear.
Ah,
Do
these
not
guys.
waver.
Really hate these guys. Let's go bless. And then move you back. Hopefully you don't get hit by it. Abandoned faith. They must be the paladins of their world.
Make every strike count.
2 down. 3 damaged. Let's put you to sleep. There you go. It should be pretty simple after that. You... Yes, you can. There we go. Just normal long swords, I believe. Nothing worth looting. Ooh, there is an unfinished letter here, though. Have done this area before? Haven't seen that. Where are you? Here we are. My lady, Canabras is under siege by demons. They forced their way into the city and perpetrated a massacre. Paying no heed to the wardstone. Trinlev is dead, the city's defenders perished, and our fortifications are falling one by one. Send reinforcements as soon as possible, or within days will be... And the unfinished letter is drenched in the rider's blood. And here we are. And the fight downstairs has begun. Luckily, we don't have to deal with the baboos down there. I really hate them. This is the area that we didn't have to fight in last time. Press forward.
Yet another obstacle.
The first round of demons trying to stop us. Land, though, being land,
You've crossed the wrong
should hopefully make
mongrel.
short work of this one. Indeed. Amber is double again.
The light take you!
The haste really helps us out. Gives us bonus to AC, I believe. What was it? A bonus to attack rolls, a bonus to dodge, increases our movement speed, and we get an extra attack when making full attack. Honestly, I really love
I
it.
will see to your demise.
We should be able to make an extra movement after that. Oh well.
You are today's sacrifice.
Have Killer. Move you up. Also, finish that one off.
You won't survive me.
Stretch on. You should be done. You've got 5. I'll put you to sleep. Yep, that's fine. Have you finished them
No
off?
glory without
Oh, there's
race!
this right here. Swords. Varian will let you take 2 shots. Ah, that's why. Haste. Haste and movement. That wizard's really getting the nerves there.
Go for their hearts.
You can finish them off. Nice. Man, do me a favor and finish that.
Endure this.
Thank you.
The inheritor, guide my blade!
I'll make short work of this.
Right downstairs, still rages. Oh, Salt and Vein is clearing up shop there. And Minago appears. Staunton, there you are, my little pet. Don't come near me. Get back! No need to be so rude, my love. Let's leave this place, so we can have some more privacy. And with that, she runs up, grabs, and teleports. Let's grab everyone up. Demons can't be looted. There we are.
This war must end.
We're just going to use you to heal. Take up a little bit.
Together we
shell.
stand.
Channel energy, even though it doesn't heal that much at the moment. That should be locked, yes.
Is that a trap? It might be a trap.
Free ring. You're also locked, aren't you? Yep. Which means we only have one area we can choose to go, and that is back down here. We've already looted that before. And we have to kill these two.
Out of my sight.
Nice. There are another way. So many of them. We don't have protection from energy, do we? Nope. Do we have protection from evil? That only lasts 1 minute though.
I'll cut you wide open.
Nice to have land.
Make every strike count.
Should have hadn't trailed this one, to be honest. That's on me. You might do. Yep. Run up, hit him like a baseball. And curse you. Yep.
The light, take you.
I will see to your demise.
Ooh, Darian. It's actually a pretty good shot.
The spirits demand your blood!
I'd love to have land to move up and shoot them both. But I think we'll just have you.
The wrong model.
If you charge. Nope, can't charge. So just run up and attack them. More than enough. For the most part though, this combat's already done. I'm just gonna skip through until we get to Elsie's turn. And 1, 2, 3, jump up, slam it down. There we go. Up, 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 up. These as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Door is locked with a magical seal. Let me dispel the enchantment. Now we can't go through there, but I'm going to go down here. You've not completed your mission to Gary Harrison yet. I actually think there's a way to get through there. Okay, go through here. Stinking cloud ambush. That actually got most of us. The fact that it's an ambush means there's actually a chance it can get all of us. Which means we are about to have a very bad time. Darian's okay. If we had resist poison communal, that would be pretty good. In fact, you have that, don't you? Play poison communal. Didn't memorize it because I'm an idiot. Ooh, doubling up. Let's move him around. Super most likely failed. Yep. You didn't fail, but I'm still gonna move you out to about here. And there. You have succeeded, but you're also sickened. So let's move you out for now.
I'm done with you.
So the Triches themselves aren't that scary. It's just the fact that they really got the jump on us. Lan, we're actually going to move you over here so you can begin shooting these guys.
You won't survive me.
Elsie did get sickened, so we're going to move her out. About there. They're just farting everywhere. You can't do anything, so put you there. Gonna put you over here again.
Into
What's
the
up?
fray.
Cool. Okay. You are sickened, but can act.
You are today's sacrifice!
So I'll have you do some stabs.
Endure this.
them down. Can't attack though, so again, I'm just going to move you probably up there. So many dretches. And most of my party just can't do anything at the moment. Really improved the AI of that fight, because normally the dretches wouldn't cast Stinking Cloud at all.
No glory without risk!
Chop chop. Need to get her power attack at this point. She's got a high enough attack to use it, so to speak. Especially on low level enemies like this.
Make every strike count.
And you're still Stinky Cloud, so yeah. These yours wear off. Yeah, next round.
The Inheritor, guide my blade into the fray!
I'll cut you wide open.
Yeah, there we go. Took a little bit, but we got there eventually. Should we go down here? Where all the dresses came from. Take a look about. It's a mongrel. Father, mother, the labyrinth has fallen. Didn't live to see this day, but I made it. It's another mongrel. The legends didn't lie. The Crusaders are coming to help. Deep roof leads to the catacombs under the city where the mongrels live. Now there is actually things over here.
A bright future
Save the
awaits
last
us.
one for me.
Mongrel wretches. All the wretches.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Ah, there's always more.
The light take you!
Found you.
Precision and grace.
The spirits demand your blood.
There we go. Juice person, that, and just a normal Tongi. Not much point doing that, just a bit of extra experience. Yeah. Every point counts. Especially when you're trying to hit level 6. Makes you wonder why I turned down the extra 300 from doing the event.
Are we in trouble yet?
Games are so silly. They're always breaking their toys when they're done playing with them. I've got some to sleep. Won't worry about it.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Can move? There are a total of 6 of these. Could be nasty. Continually have Emma try to deal with some of them. Any that immediately fall to Ember are ones that we don't have to deal with later.
I'll make short work.
Two more plays.
You won't survive me.
Into the fray!
this too?
You are today's sacrifice.
Just try. Armor has been sent. Well, at least they're trying to send our armor. Which one has been injured? Can't do that one. So we'll do this one. It's 2 down.
No glory without risk. The light, take you.
Go for their hearts! The world in crimson.
That's most of that fight done.
I will see to your demise. Make every strike count.
Okay, it's him. I'm just gonna skip through to probably Celia. Oh, you bastard.
Precision and grace. You crossed the wrong mongrel.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Okay, you're all dead. Ooh, magic essence. Yes, please, thank you.
We will win this war.
Knowledge world. These broken bits and pieces of disfigured relics dating back to the previous crusades. This historical evidence of events long past and now has been destroyed by the cruel course of demons. DC was 16 and we succeeded, though only barely. Okay, we have them, we have that. Let's try and move this.
Mongrel did it.
Nice. Succeeded, rolled at 17. Modifier of 9. And there is a trap. We've got quick save.
What's on your mind?
Send Camilla
I
forward,
wonder.
stealth, and try and deal with this.
I am helpful, am I not?
You are. Pick that lock.
I am helpful, am I not?
I believe that means just do all this. Hot. Chest. Ooh. Good.
The heartbeat quickens.
Okay. We're actually in battle. Land.
You won't
to the archer, please.
survive me.
No. Okay. What about you?
I'll make short work of this.
There we go. I think everyone succeeded. Yep. To be fair, they were all getting affected by the Paladin's aura, so that does help.
Surrender or else! I'll cut you wide open.
It's 2 down. 3 down. One left. Let's see if we can make them level.
This.
Lan has finished them off, yet again. Take their scrolls, take their weapons, take their clothes. Leave nothing to chance. It's done in there. Okay. And here we are. Back at the area that was unlocked by the Dispel. And there are a few things here that I remember.
I
Just
will
heal you
help
first.
where I can.
What do you last 10 minutes? Actually, tell you it's very bad. So, we're actually going to save, properly save this time. Now, if you're using a mount, there has been an issue with that door in the past of not being able to get through. Human body is a real treasure trove of invaluable ingredients. It's an alchemical laboratory all of itself, so to speak. Ready for further research. Allow me to demonstrate some of the more impressive effects on you. Effectively, you open the door, and you have combat.
Our resolve.
Now, if you have a fireball, throw it in there. Fortunately, I do not. Not this party, anyway. Just put you there. Never a soul's blessed, right? Yep. No, I'm the suit. So let's just do bless again. I'll put you here. We're gonna wait for most of these people to come out to us. Or at least to get stuck in, let's say this. This is essentially going to be a shootout for land. There is a named NPC in there, which is slightly wrong. He has a lot of stuff. It's mostly an activist though. Throws bombs, very powerful bombs. So if you spread out, you should be fine.
Make every strike count.
I'll put you there. Spread out a little bit more. There. Put in portrait on here. And move you over here. Were you immune to lightning? Do you have demon? No, you're just a tiefling? Cool. I'm gonna have you sit there for a little bit. Fortune, so we don't have to spend the ability to re-roll. We can use this for an extra attack.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Nice. Roll of everyone else's party is just to deal with anyone that gets through the door. Sure, that land just needs to line up and shoot. Kind of shows. Oh, but the archers are going to be able to problem though. So I'm going to put you over here and have you heal yourself. This is why Fireball is so good. For now. Okay, they're starting to get through the door, so we can start doing stuff to them. I think it's worth to spend another point to extra attack
You
there.
won't survive me.
Really? You missed all your attacks? That's weird.
Into the fray!
Out of my sight.
Well, I wouldn't give anyone the up-to-win Fireball. I didn't think that would make you sleep though. Communities. Don't see any sleep community. Well, what do you know? No, we don't have Cold Lightning forever. We have it for about 4 more strikes. Essentially 4 more guaranteed hits. Not sure if any of you NPCs hit. Yes. It's fine. We're essentially just gonna have you do it.
No mercy for the wicked.
Still alive. Succeeded fortune save.
I will see to your demise.
Darian doing his job. Let's see if I can have some of these others start going to sleep. How many strikes do you have left? 2. Yeah, perhaps 3. We'll see. Here come the cultists.
Make every strike count.
One down. You can actually do it here. Fire.
Precision and grace.
It's okay. Let's try and put someone else to sleep. Cultist. I choose you. 3 more still up. That I know of at least. Archer.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
7 probably. Might have
I'll make
some
short
weapons
work
switched up
of
now.
this.
Still not nothing there to worry about. Let's switch their it's more a defensive buff for them now than it is a essential help for me. Just go for that. Really? 1 hit? Of course. You lucky son of a gun.
The spirits demand your blood!
You won't survive me.
The light take you!
Out of my sight.
Does Zara actually have a precise shot? He does not. That's something we have to fix up in the future. It's actually... Yep, shooting into combat. If we fix that up, he might have actually a good chance of becoming an off archer. Now, let's heal you up.
Yes.
Oops, succeeded. It's a champion. So he's a little bit stronger than the others.
Endure this.
I'm strong enough though. Not at this point in the game.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
I
I will see to your demise.
You are today's sacrifice!
Make every strike count.
No glory without risk!
Precision.
Nicely done.
Too late for apologies. Go for their hearts!
You've crossed the wrong
I don't
mongrel.
think I actually do have to turn off the ghost catch, because that is absorbing part of the bonus she gets.
The light, take you!
Well,
That's a big pile of bodies. And a lot of scrolls for us. Art, scroll, javelin, and a belt. Belt of incredible dexterity. Oh, you really need to stop giving me these gifts. Because that is going only in one place. Hmm? I thought that would increase his attack. Was he? Ah, he's using his wisdom for attacks. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot he got that. Key arrows. Nope. What was it? He struck magic. Like master. Zen archery. A third level of Zen archery may use his wisdom modifier instead of his dexterity on a ranged attack rolls. And since he's using his wisdom for, I believe, his strength for damage, wisdom for AC, it just made sense to continually increase his wisdom. In which case, that can go somewhere else. Dexterity, probably onto you. After land, you're the best beneficiary of this. Increase your damage by 1, and your attack by 1. Anything else in there? Yes, 2 things. That's the table. Knowledge Arcana. Judging by the ingredients and devices, the alchemists of this laboratory were working on a very dangerous poison. Fortunately, they never got the chance to finish their experiments. Look this.
I hope you appreciate this.
Go through here.
Well, hello there.
Okay.
Meditate on your mistakes.
Trust in
I
yourself.
Make
have
you
no
feel better.
reason to
Spirits.
pause.
She heals so little.
You can trust me. Yes?
Remember? Let's use some of your festival spells. And one more for good measure. And into here we go. Praise Aomade. Thank you for gracing your faithful servants with this visitation. My lady, I love you. I love you like nothing and no one else. Several knights reverently kneel before the succubus, who's wearing nothing but a smirk. With melodramatic flair, the demon sweeps her clawed hand over the head of the knights and gives a mock blessing. And I love you, my children, all of you together and each one separately. Goddess, I must confess a shameful sin. My thoughts for you, they're impure. Forgive me for my blasphemous words and base thoughts, but I can't help it. You're the most desirable of all women. No other goddess comes close to your beauty. Next to you, Sarenrae is a dull lump, and Sharon dust beneath our feet. Will you forgive me for loving you, not only in the way a true believer should love his deity? I forgive you, my knight. I forgive you, and I accept your love. But I see that you cannot forgive yourself. Your flesh craves punishment, so punish yourself. Wash away your sin with blood, and earn my love, the divine and the carnal. With trembling hands, the knight brings his blade to his face. These eyes, which dared gaze upon you with lustful intent, take them, my goddess. The knight cuts out his eyes with a muffled moan and holds the 2 bloodied lumps out to the succubus. I accept your gift. The succubus gently takes the eyeballs and trails them over her stomach and breasts, decorating her skin with scarlet patterns. Then she brings one of them to her mouth and chews them with relish. Red saliva dribbles from her over her lips and chin. Now, my knights, I want you to lick every... Wait, who's this? Blasphemous come to disturb our sacrament? The succubus points at you, and the knights who still have eyes obediently turn in your direction. Horrifying, murmurs Camilla, unable to take her eyes off the scene before her. She never licks her lips. I think I'm going to be sick. Zenia's face turns grey and grips her weapon tighter. Sacrilege. She's making a mockery of what is most noble and good in us. She's evil, but she's made them think that she's good and kind, that they must protect her. But that's just what the real gods... Ember... Be quiet, please, in the name of all that's holy. Stop talking. Emma clamps her burned hand over her mouth. Is this some kind of holy sacrament for you, beast? Playing with other people's minds? Mocking their faith? Come a little closer. I'll give you a blessing you won't forget. Step out of it. You've been bewitched. The blind knight recoils in horror. He opens and closes his mouth, lost for words, and brings his fingers up to his empty eye sockets. What did you do to me? Give me back my eyes! My faithful children, annihilate the heretics! The succubus meets your gaze, her blood-stained lips stretching into a sweet smile. Are you really going to raise your weapon against me? I am Iomide, after all. Hey, don't listen to her. Don't give in. Remember how you scared the crap out of that demon in the shield maze? This beast is nothing compared to that one. For a brief moment, the demon's wanton features transform into the goddess's radiant visage. The illusion immediately dissipates. The succubus spell didn't work. Scowling, she enters the fray.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Was there actually a check for that? We got experience, but possibly a check. Maybe in a secret one, but not one I noticed.
I'll make short work of you.
Now, the recruits themselves shouldn't be an issue. The succubus, on the other hand, can be. Let's put some of these to sleep. Crusader. Of course you save. Lamb.
You won't survive me.
So you
Out
finish.
of my sight.
Nope.
I'll cut you wide
Yep.
open.
It's one of those librarian types.
I'll hit you.
Not enough. How much HP did you have? Minus 12. Okay, now he's down. You next.
Endure this.
Yep, he's the same.
Into the fray.
I believe it's because they're half orcs. That one's an orc as well.
I will see to your demise.
The spirits demand your blood.
Okay, he's done.
You won't stop us.
suckers have the bonuses on? No, she's not as strong as the one we fought before that had the armor on,
Make every strike count.
I believe. Would have been a little higher than a 1 there.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Precision and grace.
Of course, you do nothing to her. I should go over here first, then over to here. Then
You
do
are
so.
today's sacrifice!
Are you immune to sleep? Oh, no. Immunities. Immune to prone. So let's try and put you to sleep. And of course, just food. That would have been too easy.
You crossed the wrong mongrel.
Finally managed to go.
The light!
Yeah, she's
Thank
much
you.
weaker than what I had before. She hasn't been able to buff up.
I'll make short work of this.
Go for their hearts!
I don't think Lane can actually benefit from this today. He can't. Instead, I'm just going to give up. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Swing. Swing.
You won't survive me.
There we go. Actually gave us less experience than the other guy. Juicy potions though. Look at them all. Is it a love? Someone expert. I thought it might have been a love story for a moment. That's all of them. Nice. Loot. Prayer scroll. I think we're gonna read that one properly. Type in ascending order. Where are books? Evening account book. Unfinished letter. Yellow letter. Crusaders. Was that? Crusader bearing his letter home. That should be the book. Where are you? No. Aha! There we are. Okay. Now, I could do this, work it out logically, but I've done it in the past and I don't want to do it again. So instead, we're going to do the cheaty thing and look up the actual answer. Because otherwise I may be here for far too long. Wrath of the Righteous. Statues. Gary Garrison. Okay. Remember correctly? Do it from the side, I believe. It's the other way around. It's the other way around. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. 5, 6. There we go. Cheatsy, I know, but I really don't want to spend time working that out again. That was Slightly annoying. Called Iron Long Spear. Mace. Glaive. Glowing Sword. Spiked Heavy Shield is useful. Acts like a weapon. You want just Long Spears. Cold Iron Flail. Heavy Shield. Iron Spear. Interesting there. Falchion. Magic one. That's for Canax. Tower Shield. Which actually you should grab. Because you can use Tower Shields, can't you? Does increase the armor check penalty by a considerable margin. And reduces attack by 2. But also increases AC by an extra 2. It's a bit of a mixed blessing, to be perfectly honest. Don't want her to have a reasonable chance to hit, or don't want her to be the tank. It could be useful. I say could. If we find a magic one, maybe worth it. For a base tower shield though, probably not. I'll just treat that as an extra martial proficiency. Oh, she was a tower shield farm? Pretty nice. But she's not. Amulet of Agile Fists. If you're doing a natural attack build, that is a good weapon to get for you. Especially if you're dex based. The rest of these are just weapons for both natural attack builds and also pets, like mounts. If I was going around with a actual horse from the Paladin class, this would actually be a good one to get. Getting close. I need 3,000 more experience.
What do we have here?
Ooh, now we have a trap.
Open your heart to me.
Saving. Are you good enough?
I am helpful, am I
Ah.
not?
And that got us 1,000 experience by itself. Very nice. So now we have the
I am helpful,
slight
am I not?
bug where it keeps on making the sound. Honestly, not that bad of a bug, but still, slightly annoying. This is all that remains of some demons who are burned to death by a powerful flame. Okay, another magic essence. That should be all of them that we need. Short sword. Biographically extract. Slime touch. Corrosive touch.
Rely on me.
Oh, let's move you over here. So, loot. Rapier. Must work. Not that great though. And tankard. This actually is pretty good. Because it's usable item, it's probably all the way down here. Where are you? Am I just being blind? 5 magic essence. What do we need for that? Magic tankard. This dwarven tankard allows its owner to summon Azatas under a haste spell effect once per day. They can summon a single Little End Azata at 9th level. It summons a Little End Azata and 2 advanced Brawly Azatas. At 11th level, it summons just more of them. If the owner of the Storm Tankard is one of the Azata Mythic Path, some Azatas are additionally affected by the Heroism spell effect. Essentially, it's just a really good summon. I'm actually going to take you off. Put you on you. Ooh, that's actually a nice touch. Goodbye spear, can loot the spear. Let's move her on up here. Quick save. Have Camille.
What's on your mind? I wonder.
Move forward.
They will not expect my strike.
If I had sneak attack, this would be a brilliant time to use it. I have you do that.
Let me draw the first blood.
There. That's fine.
Endure this!
Aha! Now they come for me. Just a cameo. I think we're too worried about it. Let's try and put one of them to sleep. Easily done.
I'll cut you wide open. Ha!
Let's move you up. Cross. Over here. And take a swing. Well, you're going to be annoying.
Into the fray!
Make every strike count!
Out of my sight!
Just bounce off the flesh there. Okay, can we put you to sleep? Oh, failure.
The spirits demand your blood.
Ooh, crit hit.
The Inheritor, guide my blade. The light, take you.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel!
I will see to your demise!
Second sleep. Nope. Fails.
You are
The dual
today's
fates over here
sacrifice.
continues. And it's done. Try and finish this off. Nope. And stack you back a step.
Into the fray!
Nice shots.
You won't survive me!
Okay, let's finish them off. Let me move you up. Just give you a small heal. Let's move you in. Try and do it with this one. Really? You had to wake them up? Maybe it's too
The
nice.
Inheritor, guide my blade.
Not that much.
Endure this!
Some dealt with.
Well,
Slightly annoying.
I hope you appreciate this.
Master Kikuri. And a chest. Nice. There's more of them over there. Okay, first up,
Skip
things
the
first.
pleasantries.
Lovely.
I'm
Man,
all ears.
don't try starting yourself.
Save the last one for me.
Precision and grace.
Celia, move up. I'll see you there. Go there.
Surrender or else!
Just explores up.
Make every strike count.
This group is getting hard carried by land. Primary DPS.
I'll make short work of this.
I think a Darian. Better crossbow. He's doing better than I thought he would.
The light take you!
I think a lot of my characters better stuff, to be honest. For example, a better longsword.
Go for their hearts! Too late for apologies!
Ooh, I actually killed him. Secret door? That was there. Makes sense that they're guarding something. For a garrison, this place has a lot of secret doors. And that just takes us back to the start. Now, there are two ways up. There's this way, which is the primary way. And then there's the, oh my god, what did I just get myself into way? Which we'll just go do now. And you'll see why I described it as that in a second. Is it primarily, if I remember correctly, it takes you here. Which... see a... lever? Right, there's a perception thing there. It might just be to see if this thing's here.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Now, I wonder what would happen if I did that. Probably won't work. But we'll just make everyone go stealth. And then you pull the lever. Yeah, 100% didn't work. Let's land in combat. And move. Yeah, he is. So the reason why this is going to be an annoying fight is because of that thing there. That thing knows Fireball. And it's 100% going to use it the first chance it has to completely fuck us all up. There's no CC she can do to stop that. So instead, let's just do this. There's no large other fight that will need skeletons. So have some skeletons. Oh, so many skeletons. Imagine, you're just having a nice little cultist meeting, the wall suddenly opens and you're surrounded by skeletons. They only have 11 health each, probably die for a single good hit, but actually have a decent amount of damage. As to a fireball, luckily we went to that full health, and we have the world's greatest healer, Darian on our side. So, that's his turn. Now we have to have land deal with everyone else.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Can I put you to sleep, please? No, of course not. You can move up.
Into the fray!
Assist me at once.
That was the second one as well. I thought it was only one. It should be fine. Hopefully. Actually, it's the second.
I'll cut you
Catman.
wide open.
I don't think I've said what that does. It essentially just gives a +1 bonus to attacks. Plus a bunch of other options actually now at this level. What have I done there? Shock and keen. Have the skeletons try to do their best. They actually have a decent chance to hit. So, while they don't look like they do
This
have
is not
uses.
my time.
Okay, really need to have Darian move up here and do another healing burst. Now, these guys really need
You
to die.
won't survive me.
It's one down. Moving up a little bit. Let's try and have you deal with you. Samba
Am I
onto
doing
this
it
one.
wrong?
Nice. Actually, it's you to go over
No
here.
glory
Do it
without risk!
The spirits demand your blood.
So many skeletons. I think I've pretty much rolled max of the amount of skeletons you can get. That should get everyone. Yep. And we'll get the cleric.
Endure this.
This leaves you over here to deal with.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
You are today's sacrifice.
Go, go, power skeletons. You had to wake them up, didn't you?
Out of my sight.
Oh, it's okay.
Make every strike count.
There we go. Oh, fair. You just skipped the entire combat, didn't you? Go to the very bottom, please. There we go. Okay, let's select all these. Last work, can't you? Yes. Let's work Elven Curve Blade. It's actually somewhat rare. Doesn't get us any extra money, mind you, but somewhat rare. It's all them. Large world. Yeah, we found that one, didn't we? Get some extra things. But yeah, that is why that is. This is by me one of the worst ways to get up here. I have to deal with so much. Alright, let's start.
Let's have some fun.
Ooh, and baboos. Immediately. Not exactly the entrance I
Go
wanted
for
to
their
have.
hearts.
As you know, I hate these guys.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Half health. Barium.
I will see to your demise.
This rate I'm going to give him just the whole still ammunition because
The light.
he's actually
Take
doing
you.
remarkably well.
I'll cut you wide open.
Can't put you to sleep. How about this other one? Yes. So then I only have you
You
to do
won't
it.
survive me.
You have the best chance to instantly kill this thing, so here we go. Nice. Mobility 20. Who's our best mobility guy? Is it Lamb? It's an 8. We don't really have much in the way of mobility at the moment. You're the one that has the most ranks in at the moment, mostly because I wanted to get the extra bonus for fighting defensively.
Together, we stand.
We're just going to try our luck.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan.
Nice. The page depicts a woman in full armor holding her sword aloft towards the sky. The description reads, Yaniel of Dezen, the Holy Maida. Martyr. Say. Another magic essence. And some extra stuff. I know this was actually the... Cool. Slightly worried there for a sec. A quick save again.
Well, this didn't go well.
And we fell down. Luckily, that really doesn't affect us too much.
A bright future
We
awaits
used your
us.
last two. Can go up here. Just takes us back to where we were. Nothing lost, nothing gained. As for this door,
So many plans and hopes have gone up in smoke along with this city, and so many are still yet to burn. Soon.
just a random phantom. Oh, how do you know that?
You can trust me.
Harlow Volish here in Canabras. I do not fancy meeting her in battle. Master, not deceive me. We all just saw the most hated person in Mendev, Harlow Volish herself. Just a random heart. Anything else in here? No, just random person. Cool. There's a trap there. That's locked.
Open your heart to me. I am helpful.
There's another thing there that makes me think there's another trap here.
The spirits guide me.
Yep.
What's in your mind? I wonder.
Where's your stealth? Your stealth is marginal at best. Well, it's slightly better than would send you straight in.
What is that?
Especially since there's a Minotaur there.
Crusading isn't that boring after all.
Okay. Just gonna go bless. And move you back. Gonna put you roughly here. Minotaur, not messing around. Haven't seen these guys yet in the campaign, or I have, but essentially they are the fighters of the demon world. Big, strong, slightly dumb, but worthy of respect. They're both using Smite Good on her, which really has no effect. For reasons that will be revealed later.
Into the fray!
Okay. want to really finish off these mentors, at least a little bit. Also, I also have additional DR. Just DR versus good. Since none of us have good weapons specifically, it's gonna work. Cold Iron does not stop that. Over Dritch. Oh, don't you fucking dare. I really don't want that one casting Stinking Cloud. That would really screw us over. Getting a lot of these. Okay, let's try to cast Bane. No. Actually, that's not. Let's pull you back slightly. Shoot that one.
Precision and grace.
That's one of the Dritches down. Can I put you to sleep? Ooh. Move him back even further. Okay. Defensive fighting on. Dritch to try to attack. Minotaurs we need to get down fast. Everything else.
The spirits demand your blood!
Oh, you.
Continue fighting,
At least I didn't kill her.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
I need you to kill that one.
Make every strike count.
There we go.
So this is how it feels.
It's two of our party members down. I have a plan. I always have a plan. First things first, let's actually do that. Or not. Is it spell resistance? Of course. Two big hits. Nice. So now we just have to deal with the rest of these. Shouldn't be too hard, even without me using my actual plan.
The light take you!
Let's take care of the wild cards. Deal with
You've
you.
crossed the wrong mongrel.
I'll make short work of this.
Maybe that's why I don't use Darien to get those two up. It's because getting them up will make them targets again. And pretty much instantly kill them. If I had a large heal that could heal them from what they can get hit by, then I 100% would.
Into the fray!
You won't survive me.
Out of my sight.
No glory without risk!
Endure this.
Nice.
I welcome your company.
Now we will. And though... actually, we'll keep that one.
We will win this war.
Get back here. Where are you going? We will use it. We'll keep it that way.
I'll watch your
Rather
back.
than moving the whole party in there though,
You can trust me.
use you, if you forward, deal with the trap first.
I am helpful, am I not?
Once again, Camila, you are. If you're tired of her saying that though, she's going to say that for the entire game. 100%. Two great axes. Let's move out. We're getting only 1,000 off. Oof. I'm not sure if we can get it before the end of this dungeon. It'd be nice if we could, but it's probably going to be the end of this dungeon that gets us that experience. Let's move out here so we can actually start this fight again properly. Move us in further.
We are the light!
There we are.
They are the darkness!
I will see to your demise.
There's an interesting little cutscene you can have here if you do the Trickster cutscene.
Make every strike count.
Trickster path. Won't tell it now, but just know, if you want to unlock Trickster, you know you're in the right path if you see a cutscene, you go open that door.
You are today's sacrifice!
Can I charge all the way through to these? I can. So let's do that. One down.
Precision.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel. You won't survive me.
Should be able to full attack that, but sometimes doorways get a little bit weird in this game.
Go for their hearts!
The light! Take you!
Invisibility in this game, kind of powerful. You can still cast buffs while you're invisible. Unlike in 5e, where doing so would instantly break it.
I'll make
Maybe
sure
it's Vanish that's happening. Probably two effects. Probably Vanish.
Endure this.
I'll cut you wide open!
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
The same little trick we've used before. There is another mage, I believe, somewhere. Pretty wrong about that.
Make every strike count.
This will leave a bruise.
And shall I put you to sleep?
The spirits demand your blood!
Okay. What we'll do is
Into the fray!
kill this out. Oh, there's one heal. That's a heal.
I will see to your demise.
Thank you for amusing me.
This is really good.
I'll hit you!
You are today's sacrifice!
Anyone left? Just in range for coup de grace.
Drown in the holy light.
Coup de grace. Coup de grace? That's it. I knew it sounded wrong. Bow, fashion. Scythe. More scrolls. I don't know
We
healing
must stop
spells.
this war. There is no hope, only us. The gods have abandoned. What was I saying just now? Wanna play together?
I will help where I can.
As always. Loot. Elven notes from the Kerry garrison. That's what we needed for the quest. So that's good. Some money.
Can't hide from me.
Some extra loot. So if we want to backtrack, that'll help us out. Another door. Won't pick the lock.
Not this time.
The door is locked with a magical seal. Spell it. See, that was bugged at one point. He wouldn't do that for you in one of the past versions. Stone skin. Very nice. It's a scroll that is so good they had to put an extra reagent cost into their spell, that is.
The heartbeat quickens.
Ah, totally forgot these guys were here. I'll just say it's venue. But for now,
You won't survive
let's
me.
just try and roll over them.
Precision!
Go for their hearts!
And try to put this last one to sleep. Nice. So when you shut up.
This!
Easily done. Luckily it tries to attack our tank. And the combat's effectively over at this point. You probably won't manage to finish it, but set yourself up for it.
Done with you.
Select all then. How could a demon destroy the gift of our goddess so easily? Are we not worthy of her blessing anymore? Thank you, sweetheart, for that brilliant little note. Biography extract was a other thing. Not so many extract either. It was a where are you? Is it a chronicle? Chronicle extract. A lot of interest. Actually, Huron was mentioned there. What is more, angels are typically illiterate, and surely they would use a nobler substance than tar for writing on the forehead of the chosen one. Impossible was sentenced to 100 lashes in exile. But fellow Hilarion Shepok insisted on a public burning. Swore that the herald of the goddess herself, the hand of inheritor, appeared to him in a dream, showed him the way with his staff, and the snow white finger drew the word chosen, written thus, on his forehead. The collegium was unanimous. The man before them was either a lunatic or a liar, but in either case a blasphemer. The guise in which the hand of the inheritor appears is well known. Skin dark of hue, and armed not with a staff, but with a shield and sword as benefits one of the goddess' servants. While small, angels are typically literate, and surely they would use a nobler substance than tar for writing on the forehead of the chosen one. The apostle was sentenced to 100 lashes in exile, but Prelate Hewland Sherlock insisted on public burning. Interesting. Very interesting. He had 640 experience, level up. We're getting there. In case you're wondering, this would be where you come up with the other staircase on the lower floor. So, all paths lead here. The divine power of heaven seems to radiate from the painting, despite the reason why it's remained hidden from Doom's eyes and avoided desecration. Not sure what that did, but, you know, did something. quick save. And in we go. A new batch of living hearts for my rituals is finally here. Very good. My Lord Discari, I offer this sacrifice to you. For Iomade! Crusaders have appeared. For Prelate Hularin, we'll teach them to fear Iomade.
Do not waver!
So this is the bonus you get if you choose Hularin, which honestly isn't that great. The other guys, as far as I'm concerned, are probably much better. Though they are doing a lot of damage. I've already killed 2.
Make every strike count.
Maybe they're higher level than I thought. Level 7 Inquisitors. That's actually not bad. Not going to last long against some level 90, but that's not bad. Can't get close enough to actually attack. So we're just going to prepare this time. Personally, I like using some of my bigger spells for this particular fight. Just because of the caster in the back there. This time... Well, first things first. Actually, I need to move you off. So let's do that and move you in. You don't have any big spells that are worth particularly using at the moment. So instead, what we'll do is we can get up there. I'll probably cast you on that. Give me a damage buff for a little bit. Okay, now we start doing stuff. Start pressing the buttons. Start doing things. Really, 2 misses. Let's move you in.
No glory without risk!
Let's put the Shear to sleep if we can. Nope.
I'll cut you wide open.
Move you up to do stuff. See, Shear's gonna be a problem, because you can summon those. That won't be a problem this turn. Next turn, however, they're really gonna go on my nerves.
I'll make short work of this.
Certainly why I want to plan and try and shoot her. So, move you up. Where are you? There you are.
You won't survive me.
Okay. So hopefully finish. Yep. That's for you.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Really cleared them all out. One down.
The spirits demand your blood. Ha!
She's gonna try and curse Slam if she can. Let's try and avoid that if we could. Essentially just by killing her. go down here. Do that. It's free. It's free.
Endure this!
Let's do as much damage as we can to them. 'Cause otherwise these swarms are going to start really messing with me. Gear to ground down. Smite you.
Into the
Do that.
fray!
Attack. So at this point, the only thing of real note,
You are today's
like just horrible
sacrifice.
swarms.
Your pain is my pleasure. This pain is
Swarms
excruciating.
are actually really scary. So I'm going to try and finish this off as fast as possible.
Out of my sight!
And the poor deputy, she is rather tanky.
Make every strike count.
There we go.
The light take you!
You won't stop us.
Go for their heart.
Just like that, we're done. And leveled up. She must have given us a lot of experience. Yep, 420 by itself.
Uh-huh.
Yep, secret door. A whole bunch of juicy stuff inside. Biography extract. A bunch of those. Loot these.
I hope you appreciate this.
Why were 12 spoons in that chest? Ooh, she is also a plethora of many loots. Look at it all. Actually, another chest over here. Befuddlement. Remove sickness. Cheer. Scimitar. Potion. The Inquisitors actually were rather helpful for that fight. Though, because that fight is solvable, with some prep, not that much help. Still, it's better than not having them. Okay, now we do the proper save, both on end and on start, and we do the long work of actually leveling up to 6. Now, Armature could continue going that, or we could go Hell Knight. Not all who start as numbers armatures have what it takes to become a full-fledged Hell Knight, but those who do receive a wide array of abilities as they grow more powerful. While the individual powers and focus of a particular Hell Knight vary according to his order, all Hell Knights are universally feared and respected in regions where they maintain a presence. Most Hell Knights are lawful neutral and proudly avoid being tainted by distractions such as good and evil, but some who rise in power shift towards tyrannical and cruel natures. And our order chose down here, I believe. Order of the Gate. Order of the Gate Hell Knights seek to curb and prevent lawlessness through magic and manipulation. They have reputations as mysterious and emotionless, and sometimes cruel magic users. Many are convinced that the Order of Gate's Hell Knights are spying on them, or already know their secrets. Sometimes this fear is true, as Order's members prefer preventing crime to punishing it, and often use manipulation, information gathering, and spying to further their agenda. Essentially, we are the... it's hard to describe. I wouldn't say Inquisition, but not quite. Because that's a different order. We have 5 points. Put them all into there, and... Actually, no. 1 there, 2 here. Yeah, put it there. That's better. And for that, we don't get a lot, but we do get Order of the Gate, continuous improving, and actually activated now. And Smite Chaos. which allows us to essentially have what the Paladin has. Allows us to target's chaotic, adds their charisma bonus to his attack rolls, and has twice his Hell Knight level to all damage rolls made against the target of a smite. Automatic bypasses any DR the creature might possess. In addition, while smite chaos is in effect, the Hell Knight gains a deflection bonus equal to charisma against attacks made by the target. Of course, if they're not chaotic, it's just wasted. So, good, but rather small. Give it some time though, and we'll get some pretty nice, interesting bonuses out of that. But to be honest, it's mostly flavor. Compared to a lot of other classes, not as much. So how far are we going to that? We'll see. But we also get the juicy third attack at 6th level. Oh, I should say second attack. Third with haste. As for you, you will go cleric still. Not cavalier, cleric. Come on. There we go. Yeah, cleric at level 3. Don't worry about the actual line here. It's been slightly messed up. Should have second level spells. Hopefully. Those two there. Perception there. Yep. Look at all these new spells. As for Camellia, really quite simple. We just keep on leveling her up as she is. You can multi-class her and Defied her at this point, but I'm gonna keep on going. It's level 8. Lan keeps on going forwards. Perception, yes. Stealth, yes. Mobility, yes. As for key powers, I prefer having a better one to choose from. Out of the 3. Scorching Ray may be good, but a lot of demons are just either immune or resistant to fire. Probably not that great. Sudden speed does help move from position, so it could be useful. Dark skin, it's just a bonus to AC, so may turn that on. So sudden speed will go. As for the combat feat you'll get, those two are useless to you. Your range attacks ignore anything but total concealment and cover. That's actually pretty good. Dodge, useful. Deflect arrows, also useful. Combat mobility, also good. But we'll get improved shot for now. Ember, do not multi-class Ember. You don't want to lose the cast levels, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, perception. Oof. We'll get those up. Get those, leave those, go there. I may not have paid too much attention to our last upgrade. So which hex did we get last on her? Fortune. This one's actually a little hard. You don't want to get healing, so to speak. Yeah. Mostly because it is, it eventually becomes slightly underpowered. Ice Plant may be the best option for her at this point. She won't get the item that boosts it further, but to be honest, she probably doesn't really need it. It's just something to help her out. Now, third level spells. If there was a fire-based one there, I'd get that. But for now, we'll get Cure Serious Wounds.
You're a good person. I like you.
In a way, she's kind of a backup healer. So Darian, also don't multi-class him. Perception, get that up. Those can wait. Get Knowledge Arcana. Third level spell. I believe he gets Cure Serious Wounds anyway. Handmade Dead's a possibility. The spell magic's actually pretty powerful. And useful. So may get that. We had fireballs, I mean, interesting that way. May get that as well, but now probably dispel magic.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Yep, and you get 2 spells for free. Serious wounds and neutralize poison. On top of all that, we get extra HP, more base attack bonuses. Those that can get extra attacks, which I believe is just Lan and Elsie. The other two, alright. The fact that Lan gets an extra attack at full base attack bonus is just beautiful. Or at least, it's not full attack bonus, but that's pretty good still. As for the rest of this area, we are effectively done, except for here. So let's head over and continue.
Rules are made to be broken.
Open your heart to me.
Do you have any healing spells left? You do. So we're just gonna do that. I'm gonna save after that as well, as we continue towards the end of the Great Garrison. Transform Crusaders. Let's start this off with Lan.
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
They will break against our resolve.
Lan, calm down. Cool Stalker, Transform Crusader. So that's the big threat back there.
I will see to your demise.
Oh, I should say, no, just the one. Maybe a second one back there. There usually is. Charge. Transform Crusader. These won't be able to get to sleep.
Surrender or else!
The ghoul might be able to. No, mind affecting. Positive energy does hurt it, but short of that, there's not much point dealing with it. Smart Chaos. We're gonna put that up here. And then just swing. Really? I couldn't roll higher than a 6? Well, I guess having more rolls won't really help when all your rolls are crap.
Precision and
I'll cut you wide open. The spirits demand your blood.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Yep, there's the second one. I thought there might be 2. So let's do this. Essentially chain lightning but with fire. Yes, thank you for missing.
I'll make short work of this.
You are today's sacrifice.
Like the zombies, they are probably resistant to anything that's not slashing.
No glory without risk.
You won't survive me.
Okay, hit once, managed to resist the paralyze, which is the important part.
Too late for apologies.
But anyway, bad luck with those attacks
Out of
today.
my sight!
Go for their heart!
Nice, nice.
The light, take you!
There we go. You deserve some peace, brothers and sisters. Let the goddess embrace you. As we scroll down, they have nothing to loot. Law religion.
This one was beyond me.
The ancient pool is filled to the brim with human intestines. That's unfortunate. Would have loved to have been able to cleanse it. I believe that's everything here.
Why did you drag me here, you wench? To mock me one last time? Go on, finish me! Drink my blood, devour my soul! Just get on with it. Let me die at last.
Staunton, light of my life, don't be so silly. I could never hurt you. I brought you away from the battle to save you. My love, you don't belong in this grubby city where everyone hates you. Come away with me. You know I have always loved you.
You lying filth! You have the gall to say that to my face? But it was you. It was all you. You're the reason I lost everything. You're the reason why everyone despises me!
So it was me who brought shame upon you in front of the people you called friends? It was me who mocked you year after year, spat on you, forced you to do dirty, demeaning work like you were a drudge, and not the bravest of knights. No, it was all of them. The Crusaders and their witless queen. If you remember the day Dresden fell, I asked you to be its new ruler. You refused, of course, you and your principles. But look what's become of you.
They talk about love, but they are really talking about a terrible disaster. Like an earthquake, or a hurricane, or a shipwreck.
Perhaps there is another kind of love. But in my experience of love, if it doesn't feel like you've been through a shipwreck, then it's not worthy of the name.
If love is like a shipwreck, what part do you play? The rocks? Or the ship that gets dashed against them? Ooh.
I sense the trap in your question. I take it you cast me in the role of the ship? You think I am doomed to be dashed against the rocks? And who will play the lucky rocks, I wonder? But to answer your question, I see myself as the wind. All this drama is beneath me.
I'm sorry to say that there is truth in the demon's words. The Crusaders really have treated him terribly. I say this as a criminal who has been forgiven by other knights of Iomade. But like all demons, she has built a mountain of lies and deception upon this one grain of truth.
My offer still stands. Come away from here, my love. You will rule Dresden as a king, and I will be your queen.
See, if we were actually good, that would be 100% what we'd pick. And if we were a trickster, 100% that. For joking, make this a whole large joke. But unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, we are the the Judge Dredd in a way. Demon and the traitor, you both deserve to die.
See? You're willing to give your life for these ungrateful swine, and they dare call you a traitor. They all despise you. I'm the only one who loves you. Dearest, it's all right. I'm here. We'll never be parted again. Let's go. Come.
He attacks and runs off. Grasping his weapon, Staunton slashes at Monago's eyeless face, and, with surprising agility for one of his stature, flees up the stairs.
Curses! Stubborn as a mule. Never mind, my pet. Never mind. You won't get far. You will kiss this scratch and beg for forgiveness. You will be mine, wholly, eternally, and willingly.
She wants to turn him. She wants to make her and him his. It's fine. It's all good.
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
Let's heal up a little bit. Just a little. As we go towards the end boss of this dungeon. Third floor, here we go. Just double check we didn't leave anything behind. We could grab some of the plate art, or half plate I should say, but I should say breastplate. That is. Some extra money, but we won't. This must work? Yeah, must work. Short of that, we are good. Willibus are well protected from magic attacks. However, you can hit them with a magic missile. How much of haste do we have left? 53 minutes. Didn't take that long. And here we go.
Do not fear! Do not waver!
As I see, we failed, so that's gonna be on for a while. Are you immune to mind-affecting effects? You are not. Put him to sleep. Succeeded. Yeah. Gonna move you up there. Shouldn't be in charging range. We'll use this again.
Make every strike count.
There we go. We have a few choices here. That's right, we were going to get him to be a summoner on his off time, wasn't we? For now, let's not. You charge. So you smite there, and run somewhere else. That's interesting.
I'll cut you wide open!
Am I doing it wrong?
Attack. Use the last... no, we'll keep it just in case.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Half health. Let's move you up here. You're in range for bless. A little bit more. There we are.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Ooh, you're dead. As in, capital D dead. I believe that's a reload, because I don't think we have a way to bring you back at the moment. Not without giving him a negative level. So, yes, we'll be doing this again. Here we go again.
Yet another obstacle.
Let's try it just to cheese it. And we do! Nice. So what we want to do is move everyone up to just be around them. Wrong, but I think I can move you up and still Evil Eye. Without waking you up. Yes. You, I'm going to keep back here. take your seat. I'll put you there. And then we'll do this. So, won't do any other thing else there. Just try to coup de grace. Big chance. And there we go. 35. Forward shoot save was... DC was 21. Go underneath that. So yeah, Ember can choose a lot of fights. Beautiful, delicious cheese.
The mongrel did it.
And in we go. That's one big stone, no doubt about it. The city's greatest spite. Before it was tossed here, upside down that is. Oh, it's actually upside down. So it's meant to be one of the Washington pillars. That's interesting. Upon entering the chamber where the vanquished Fordstone resides, the Crusaders have expected many things. An ambush, deadly spells, or a horde of enemies, but not an empty hole, still and silent. With no Minago or her henchmen, only the obelisk and glimmers of light dancing on the dirty floor. But then again, all is not as placid as it seems. Elsie once again hears the seething choir. This time the voices are louder, more insistent. One step, another, and suddenly Elsie sees the warm stone not as it was a moment ago, but somehow completely different. It is not a monolith emitting light, it's a cage made of pure energy. The place where Discovery struck looks like a festering wound, in which tendrils of dirty red and purple darkness creep throughout the entire artifact. And there, inside, two hosts of flaming warriors are locked in battle. One is light, the other blood red. But they are all waiting. For what? Hearken to the Light Warriors' words. The Light Warriors speak of duty, service, and sacrifices made. Their words reveal the truth of the Wardstones. Each one contains a host of angels, volunteers from heaven, who committed to this indefinite imprisonment in order to guard mortal kind from the demonic threat. They make no complaint. They ask no easing of their burden. If the goddess and her herald offered them the same choice again, they would consider it the ultimate honor to sacrifice their freedom for the cause. The angels know Discovery's evil plan. When the last of the Light Warriors falls, the Wardstone will become a deadly explosive that will destroy everything around it. And the other obelisks in the chain will meet the same fate. The Light Warriors pray for help. They plead for someone to strike down their fallen brethren. Those who succumb to the demonic corruption are already beyond salvation. But if they are stopped, it will only allow the Wardstone to heal and the Light Host to continue its duty. The crystal chisel discovered in the ruins of Canabras is the ideal weapon for this task. It will cut out the corruption along with those who succumb to it, and restore the Wardstone's full power. The eyes of the Aeon, until now slumbering peaceful in the heroine's soul, awaken. They urge the heroine to look upon the Wardstone through them. The Aeon's eyes wish to see. Hearken unto the Red Warriors' words. Red Warriors speak of pain and lies and disillusionment. Their words reveal the truth of the Wardstones. The barrier of the surrounding world wound is built on the bondage and suffering of countless angels. Each injury dealt to the Wardstone these angels experience as physical agony. Their pain is driving them insane. Deceived by the hollow platitudes about duty and service, they suffer in torment day after day for the sake of ungrateful mortals who don't even know their names. Enough. The Red Warriors know that their blades, now turned against their former brethren, hasten the triumph of Discovery and his servants. Once the Wardstone has been wholly conquered by corruption, it will become a deadly weapon under the demon's control. Some of the obelisk's prisoners beg for freedom, while others pray only for death, but they all agree that this existence is unendurable. The crystal chisel discovered in the ruins of Canabras is a perfect weapon for a massacre. It cannot force open the door for those who wish to escape, but it can destroy the Wardstone, along with all its prisoners, willing and unwilling. None will be able to claim victory, but all will be gifted a merciful death that will end their suffering once and for all. Look upon the angels with the Aeon's eyes. The eyes of the Aeon pierce through essence, matter, and time, and reveal the truth of the Wardstones. The stones are just as much a perversion as the world wound itself. The demons are not of this plane. This did not give Aomade and her herald license to disrupt the balance still further. By imprisoning untold numbers of angels in stone, a crime committed in the name of good does not offset those committed in the name of evil. It only multiplies the harm done to the cosmic order. Time to make a decision. There it is. The fate of two angelic hosts, faithful and fallen, and the fate of Canabras, perhaps all of Mendev, now rest in the heroine's hands. How will she proceed? Whatever this crystal chisel may be, its power is great indeed. It can destroy the stone along with all its inhabitants, or it can mend it by killing the angel defectors within. What it cannot do, alas, is free those who wish to escape and keep the stone intact for those who wish to remain. The Aeon's eyes perceive a solution to the gods' tinkering, one that will cost no lives. One stroke of the crystal chisel at the perfect point, and the stone's magic will be destroyed, and all the angels will go to their rightful place, to heaven, or to the planes of chaos and evil. The remnant of the Aeon's power draws all that is left of the Aeon's existence to the heroine, urging her to put things right. But somewhere deep in the heroine's soul, the familiar Aya sees endless rage and unbridled hatred. What will happen if it's unleashed here, at the stone? So essentially we have a lot of choices. We can destroy the stone with all the angels inside. We can quell the anger of the Red Warriors by offering them peace. We can cleanse the Wardstone, destroying their fallen Celestials. Wield the stone's magic and return the Celestials to their rightful place, as the Aeon would have. And evil. Unleash the demonic fury. But, because we're going to get Aeon until Legend, we're going to wield the stone's magic and return the Celestials to their rightful plane, as the Aeon would have wanted. It's the fairest choice, most lawful choice, the choice that I feel reflects that character the most. The Wardstone. The goddess' weapon used in her violation of the cosmic order. The demon-crafted chisel discovered at the scene of the very same crime. It would be only fair if both instruments ceased to exist in the same moment. One precise strike, and the chisel could cut through the stone like a hot knife through butter, nullifying the criminal magic of the inheritor. With cries of terror and amazement, the imprisoned angels go to their rightful places. The faithful to heaven, the fallen to the planes of chaos and evil. The chisel turns to dust, and in the blinding flash, the stone flows onto oblivion. Eyes of an Aeon look on in satisfaction. The Aeon's mission is complete, though it came at a high price. What remains of the Aeon can now rest in peace, knowing that the world is in good hands. And as for the mortal who brought all this to an end, seeing the world through the Aeon's eyes has left its mark on her. The Aeon's orderly worldview, not unlike a shifting grid of coordinates, has been imprinted onto her eyes. Eyes which will henceforth be able to see the truth that often evade ordinary mortals. The Crusaders succeeded. The angels' battle within the Wardstone has ended, and the threat to the entire chain of stones has been eliminated. Of course, this is one no guarantees of safety in the future. Whatever happened here can happen again. The Mendevians can no longer rely on Emre's gift as they once did. But the danger has passed for now. Stab the stone. Save the world. And we have a little cutscene. This is back before the demon attack.
Look at them, Suture. They're rejoicing like children. The storm is coming and none of them sees it.
Shall we add to their festivities, my lady? How about a little lightning to burn their flesh?
Oh no, Suture. We'll leave such frolics to Discari's little gnats. We are here for something else. Something I have greatly anticipated for a long, long time.
A blistering vivid memory releases you, and you return from the depths of the past to the present. You feel a fresh breeze on your face. The energy expelled from the Wardstone has blown the roof off the Grey Garrison. Wardstone energies can suffuse you, and through you flows into your allies.
What an odd sensation. I've had my fair share of perception-altering experiences, but this is a novel one.
Darian's all for it.
What are you doing here? How? I see. Tricks from your pathetic goddess. So even Iomade will resort to dirty tricks when you have her cornered. Don't celebrate yet, mortal. There's no one to hide you from me now. Look, you're already wounded. Pathetic mortal. I'll have no trouble finishing you off now. You'll die anyway.
Looking down, you notice that the wound on your chest has opened up again, and is bleeding as if you were hit by a sword. But there's no pain. All you feel is power filling you. Right before your eyes, the edges of the wound start to join and heal until it fully closes. Minago's face twists in frustration. The demoness looks formidable with her entourage around you, but her threats ring hollow to you now. You look at her, and you feel like a titan looking at an ant. Overwhelming, all-conquering power fills you. What? That little demoness? Those irritating horns of the abyss? The gods themselves are only your equals now. Now, you will answer for your crimes.
There is only one law in this world. Strength. And only one crime. Weakness. Be honest. Do you really think you have strength on your side?
I knew a woman who thought the same thing. It never led to anything good.
Your goddess sent you to die. You think that's a victory? All you've done is postpone the deaths of all the other mortals. And not even for very long. But your wait for death is over. You won't see what I'm going to do to your little friends, because I'm going to kill you right now.
Okay, first things first. This fight is mostly a story fight. You have a massive buff. It's going to trivialize most of this fight, to be honest. But there is one thing you need to worry about. And it's not Minago, it's the rocks. They can still stun you. And mythic power... oh good. Falls short when it comes to dealing with her. That's for Ember. All your attacks ignore enemies DR, unlike quick hits, deal additional 100% fire damage. Spells ignore enemy spell resistances, energy resistances, enemies fail all saving throws against them. So this is pretty much the strongest you can be against these creatures. Okay. Let's move you
I'll
up.
cut you wide open.
Mine has turned into a divine archer. But yeah, you 100% want to deal with the rock as soon as you can. Anything with summon here won't do any good. So let's just do a small buff.
The inheritance. Hide my blade.
The spirits demand your blood.
Did you see that?
There we go.
How are you doing that? Where is your power coming from?
All traces of Minago's bravado have disappeared, and her voice trembles with panic.
Minago!
Oh, Staunton fades back.
Staunton, my darling. I knew you'd come back for me.
See, now would be a great time for Staunton to actually kill the Naga.
Shut it! Get over here now. Get behind me. If you want to finish her off, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Killing me won't be a challenge, I know. But I can last long enough to give her time to escape.
Crusaders are right. You're a traitor. You are always a traitor.
Maybe you're right, but you won't change your mind either way. So why waste my time trying to convince you? No matter what he does, no matter what he says, Staunton Vane will always be considered a traitor. Well then, Staunton Vane will finally be the traitor you've always wanted.
People are always calling me a monster and a freak. Tell me, how come I've never once considered listening to them and becoming the terrible thing everyone claims I am?
You might have a point. If you'd been hearing those things every day for 70 years straight!
70 years? Whoa, at least I won't live long enough to suffer through anything like that. Lucky me, I suppose.
Enough talking! Minago, cast your spells and get out of here! I'll hold her off. Quickly, before I change my mind!
No, my sweet, I won't abandon you. We'll leave this place together, and we'll go where we can be happy.
Go! Let me finally...
Oh, he just wants to die.
God damn it all! Let's go!
Off they go. The demon and the traitor vanish in a magical haze. Feel the energy throbbing through your body, and your soul start to fade. It doesn't leave you, it hides somewhere deep down, leaving behind a small amount of the incredible energy, as well as the understanding that you one day master this inconceivably huge power. And that's the first mythic level unlocked. Do you like that spell? That music? Much like leveling up, I'm gonna say it before we do this. Now, these are the paths we have currently unlocked. Angel and Demon you normally have, just normally. Aeon you'll have through the choices we made. You just have to make sure you choose every Aeon choice, otherwise you won't have access to it. Other ones will come online later, including Legend, which is another one you'll have automatically unlocked later on. There's a small choice you have to do for it, but short of that, you'll have it. And Mythic Hero, I believe, if I remember correctly, will be the mythic levels you have from 1 to 3 of them. Mythic levels go up to 10, and that's pretty much it. Our first ascension, basically the first ability you choose. It's not particularly hard, mind you. We're just going to choose Force Reality. Mythic characters that draw their power from lore, which we do, get an ability to force reality upon the enemies around. Every enemy in a 30-foot radius around the mythic character is a target of the greater dispel magic spell effect, affecting only abilities of the illusion school. At the second mythic level, the mythic character gains the ability to fix hindering anomalies in his allies. When an ally in close range is target to a greater spell magic effect, affecting all negative effects. The gust level for these effects is equal to your character level plus mythic rank. You can use them 3 plus mythic rank times per day. So essentially, we don't have to worry about illusion spells anymore. We can just cancel them out if we find anything that's using them against us. Mythic ability. Oof, not sure which one I'm going to get. Mythic feats are just feats that are more powerful. And I don't think we have a good selection of them at the moment. Mythic ability. Also, another thing we have to keep in mind. Mythic hero. Mythic legend means we're only going to have the first 3 mythic levels left after we get legend, I believe. Or at least the first 2. I could be wrong about that, mind you. But essentially these first 2 choices for our main character are important. So things we need to remember are we are going eventually to choose caster. Which means any mythic abilities or mythic feats probably need to benefit caster later on. As for which hypercaster, I'm not going to go sorcerer, even though I kind of want to, mostly because that won't benefit from our signifier levels later on. So wizard is the best one we have to do. Which leaves us with a few choices. No, I don't think we can get most of them at the moment. Abundant casting is a nice one to get if you're going pure caster. If we had the access to all the mythic abilities and didn't lose them to legend, then that would be a great one to get. Ascendant Element's also a nice one to choose. If we wanted to get a actual elemental, how's the word? If we wanted to use elemental spells in the future, getting that would be a good one to get. Though it means we have to choose now. So I think we'll choose Ascendant Element and Cold, because that's going to be the one that really helps us out in the future, and it allows me to use one of my favorite spells against pretty much anything. It's not going to help us much now, mind you, but, you know, could prove useful later. Give us more mythic levels. Okay, as for you, Abundant Smite is good. If we had Extend Spell, we'd get the ones to increase that one. Where are you? There's a thing that allows us to... No? If made a magic quicken would be interesting. But where are we? Mysteries. Greater enduring spells. So the one we're looking for is enduring spells. Enduring spells. You will learn a way to prolong the effects of your beneficial spells. Fixing for spells in the eyes that last longer than an hour, but shorter than 24 hours, now last for 24 hours. It's useful? Question mark. Extra Impossible Domain. Also another good choice to choose. Overall, not really necessary either. Most of the domain choices would just give us access to extra spells, which for her isn't that useful. There was something that helped tanking, would get that, but as far as I'm aware, most of the mythic abilities don't actually help with tanking at all. They do help with getting through to do damage. Once per day, when your HP drops low, you become unkillable. For 2 rounds, you become immune to damage that would make you unconscious. I mean, I take it back, that's actually a pretty good one for tanking. Close, unlimited result. Unstoppable. We got Last Stand for you. We have more mythic abilities, so we can get the 3 abundant casting ones later on. We'll get that. Make you the actual tank. Camilla, on the other hand, she's a full caster, but she's using her spells less for actual damage and more for buffs and debuffs, so I don't feel the need to get abundant casting on her. Always a chance, there's a possibility. You don't automatically miss when you roll a 1 on an attack roll. Ascendant Element is another good one, as I've stated before, for obvious reasons. Let me just look at a spell list for a sec. 4. You get Ice Storm. 5. Break Enchantment, called Lightning Storm. Flame Strike. There's a few lightning spells, but nothing else that's primarily elemental that deals a lot of damage. Whole Midnight counts, but honestly isn't that important. So I don't need to worry about that too much unless I wanted to go electricity, which may be an option to choose later on, not for now. Her version of Shaman doesn't give spirits to choose from, so I don't think we can choose an extra thing to get more spells for her. So I think we're just going to lean into her doing melee. Actually, take it back. Apparently we do. Ah, that's right. She does actually have one. She's already chosen battle. Which is why you can't choose it again. That's right. That's where it comes from. So this would allow her to have extra spells, so to speak, as domain spells. Fireball, controlled fireball. Cicero, Firestorm. Firestorm. Starts getting interested. Summon Elder Elemental. Fiery Body. Ooh. Also gets some pretty nice ones. You know, Ice Storm, Icy Prison, Icy Prison Mass. Allows me to cast some of my favourite spells again. Life? No. We have enough healing. Command? Targeting nature, I should say. Get some pretty nice ones in there. Sea Mantle would be actually pretty good for her. Stone. None of them are particularly good. Waves. Provide some interesting ones. Sea Mantle again. Wind. Wind's a good one, because it gives us air barrier. And if we were going to go tank with her, that would be very important. Abilities, Shocking Touch. Stand action, you can make a touch attack to do lightning damage, of course. At 11th level, any weapon she wields is treated as a shocking weapon. Spark Soul. Gains electricity resistance 10. In addition, as a stand action, she can unleash a different line of sparks from her. Basically allows her to do a lightning bolt. And can assume a form of a huge air elemental at 16th. If you want to go melee, that's actually probably a good spirit to get for her. And though I kind of want to go flame, or was that on frost? Wind, I believe, provides the best abilities. Water flame. Next time you're struck with a melee attack, you take damage, essentially. It's a fire shield. Flame curse. All creature that causes a creature to become vulnerable to fire. Fire Nimbus. Causes a creature within 30 feet to gain a Nimbus of fire. Does harm the creature. It does cause a creature with light. Target also takes -2 saving throws. Spells are very specified descriptor. It's effectively a small debuff. Frost, Ice Splinter. That's a shoot of Razor. Essentially a fireball, but for cold. And allows her to inflict hypothermia. So while I really like your spells, I really like your spells. I also like the fire one, because who doesn't like Firestorm? I think we're going to go for you. Just so we can have a second tank. Because having one's good, having two is better. Mythic level for Lan? For him, I think Always a Chance is probably the best one. There are going to be some things that have high enough AC that only one will still be a miss. But to be honest, I feel like that might be the best way to deal with... It could be wrong. It could be completely bad. And there are plenty of other interesting abilities he has. For example, that one. And the thunderous blows. But yeah, I'm gonna lean Always a Chance for Lan. Could be a mistake. I might regret it later on, but we're going to do that. As for Ember, there's really only one choice for her first one, as far as I'm concerned anyway. Ascendant Element Fire. She needs it. All her abilities are fire. She specializes in fire. And all her feats later on will be focused on fire. She's just going to be a fire maniac. Next level we'll be getting Spell Focus. That's basically the fire DC increaser. Elemental Focus, that's the one. As for Darien, Abundant Casting is probably the best one to get for him. Ascendant Summons after that, probably next. If you had more summons available to him at the moment, would certainly do that one. But for now, Abundant Casting. It's going to keep him active and still in the fight for a while. So now he can cast 8, 10, and 12 a day. And we're just going to save those choices because I feel good about them. And then exit the area. There are actually things we need to get from these. Master of Scimitars. And that's everything. Time passed. 8 hours. And the celebration continues.
Make way. Warrior Queen coming through with a round for the heroes. Whoa, the heart is packed.
And you considered mixing this little shindig, Beth?
Whenever he reaches the long table your party is gathered around, she heavily flops onto the bench and hands out tankards of beer.
I did consider it, and I am still considering it. It hasn't even been a week since the last demon was booted out of Canabras, and we really should be in a period of mourning for all the city's fallen. But the people deserve to celebrate, and she deserves to be honored for saving the city and possibly all of Mendhov.
We did it together.
But someone did more than the rest of us. Don't deny your achievements. There will always be plenty of miserable folk only too happy to tear you down.
According to the Watch reports, there has been no demon activity whatsoever outside Canabras. I get the feeling the fiends are as shocked by what happened as we are. What happened in the garrison, what you did, it was a miracle. I truly believe that the gods remembered us and decided to intervene.
Beth, come on, you agreed. No serious business today.
All right, I'm done. No more. Who would have thought we'd be celebrating a successful attack on the Grey Garrison, our own fortress, and that we'd blow the roof off the place?
It's simply unforgivable.
Comes the cheerful voice of someone sitting at the far corner of the table.
While we're on the topic of the roof, there's already a rumor going around that you have been blessed by Iomade herself. And it was her power granted to you that destroyed the garrison's walls and roof. And it turns out the people want a little piece of that blessing for themselves. The townsfolk are gathering chunks of the garrison's rubble as souvenirs and talismans. And I'm sure they'll hit the black market soon enough. Oh, yeah. Here, read on this for me. For good luck.
Drop it in, Novia. I'm not a messenger sent by the gods.
People who aren't divine messengers don't usually go around taking whole stories off of buildings and blowing packs of demons away. But if that's how you want to play it, then fine. I'm still keeping my stone, though.
Rude.
Nevi! What are you on about now?
What do you mean? Do you see many people at this table who've been personally blessed by Iomade herself?
Well, a couple perhaps.
Is this the same mirthful voice that joined in before?
Iomade's blessings are not conveyed through stones, and as public officials, we really shouldn't.
Erebeth looks to the end of the table where the voice originated, and her eyes widen as the words trail off.
I feel a little chastened after what you said about public officials, but I myself have acquired a few pieces of stone and also wish to ask our heroine to breathe on them for good luck. So, what now? Are you going to toss me out of this fine establishment?
The woman dressed in unshowy finery raises her eyebrows.
Your Majesty. Yes, it is I. I made the journey here to deduct the cost of repairing the garrison roof from your salary. We have not been introduced. Galfrey of Mendev.
Ooh. Ooh, for deduct the cost of repairing the garrison roof from your salary. The Queen has graced us with her presence. The rumors of your beauty were not exaggerated. Is an honor, Your Majesty.
And for me also. So, this is what she looks like. The one all Mendev is talking about. News of your deeds reached me even before my messengers could. Your Majesty, we were just... I'll have them arrange. Calm yourself, Commander. I deliberately came here without any fanfare because I did not wish to draw attention away from our honored heroine here. My personal guard and the force I brought with me are standing watch outside the city. I ordered all of your sentries to stand down. They also deserve a break. Every person who tirelessly fought to save Canabras will enjoy themselves today, and my reinforcements will ensure peace and order.
We're here celebrating, while the demons might be planning their next campaign.
Oh, I do not doubt that, even for a moment. But we will not give them another chance to catch us off our guard. It is time to turn back the tide.
Your Majesty, my dear cousin.
Count, I admit I was surprised to learn that you valiantly joined the ranks of the city's defenders. Pleasantly surprised.
I live to please you, my queen. My first thought when Dascari cruelly robbed us of noble Terendelev and half of Canabras' crusaders in one fell swoop was of you, my queen, and of how these events would weigh heavily on you. No one could have foreseen the demon attack, and we have so successfully held the defense here for 4 heroic crusades.
I'm going to drown him in the nearest well this very night. I value your dedication and your eloquence. I hope you will continue to aid our soldiers.
Not a chance. You know that I am not made for the front lines. Excellent bash, but alas, I really must go. Important matters to be getting on with. A new shipment of wine from Kionin and 3 beautiful creatures of the same provenance. But I will most assuredly come to say my farewells before your army departs on its campaign, which, wherever it may lead you, will undoubtedly be crowned with victory.
I shall hold you to that, Count. And now, allow me to devote some time to the heroine of the evening. I did not come here solely to give you the chance to celebrate. But all serious discussions and official announcements can wait until tomorrow. I have big, big plans for all of you. Especially for you. But I want to keep you in suspense for a little while longer. So I shan't say another word. Let us mark this victory. My first toast is to you, the heroine of Canabras.
The fires of Canabras have died down. Now the army's path leads to the walls of Dresden, a fallen citadel that the Crusaders have been trying in vain to reclaim for 70 years. The new piece on the board might give their efforts some added momentum.
And with that, we move on to the next scene. And the next chapter. Is that her next to Erebeth? The hero who saved Canabras? The Queen is coming. The Queen!
Rise, warriors. Today is a day of sorrow and pride. Sorrow because we weep for our brothers and sisters who perished in Canabras. Pride because despite demonic treachery, our heroes repelled the attack and saved the city. I, Queen Golfrey of Mendev, declare this day the first day of the Fifth Crusade. And I am glad to introduce the one who will lead the attack on the forces of the Abyss. The hero of Canabras, Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. Your leader from now unto victory or death. And now it's time to rest. Everyone is dismissed. There. The troop review is finished. I'll give you some time to look around the camp, and then I shall expect your presence at headquarters.
Commander, please allow me to join you while you inspect the encampment. Beginning of a long road. LZ start, save. LZ end, save. You can entirely skip looking around the encampment and just run straight into there. There are a few things we have to do. First, let's talk to him. The old night elf smiles when he hears your footsteps. Let me congratulate you on your victory, and on acquiring mythical powers capable of casting down the strongest of demons. I've got the page you're looking for from the garrison. The storyteller carefully takes the page from your hands. His fingers touch the ancient letters gently, examining them lightly, following their lines. I see myself, young, energetic, able to see. Oh gods, have I found the key to my past? Finally, I'm about to find out what my own mind has been hiding from me. The elf's expression becomes withdrawn. Wrinkles in his face soften. Thank you, Elsie, and please, follow me to my story. Let's embark on this journey together. Storyteller inhales sharply a few times, and begins his story. They are leaving. The people of Kyoin, facing the coming Earthfall, meaning they were incapable of handling this disaster. Proud rulers, artful crafters, brave warriors, wise mages, and skilled healers. All of them hurry to the gate of Savignon, looking around fearfully. A clean, safe world is waiting for them there, and people decided not to fight for Galarian. I am ashamed, and I'm sorry for them. Their hearts wavered in the face of catastrophe. But my will is strong. I am staying. My kinfolk are looking at me angrily. How dare I diminish their decision with my recklessness? My choice makes them cowards, traitors of their own home. One of them, my former mentor, looks at me bitterly, hands me a neat notebook with tree a tree bark cover. In case you change your mind. With a heavy sigh, he returns to the line of those departing. Forgive me, brothers and sisters. I watch the gate of the Chevron stone close, separating me from them. It's time for me to go too. I open my master's notebook. There are his notes about traveling between worlds. In case you change your mind. He hopes the burden I shoulder voluntarily will be too much. I will lose heart and find my way to Sauvignon. That will never happen. My mouth set stubbornly. I tear my master's notebook to pieces. I use my forced pride as a shield against my fear of what is to come. Why'd the elves decide to flee, not fight? Storyteller's lips purse with disdain. They are afraid to lose what they have. They are rulers, long-lived and powerful. They valued their lives and sunshine too much to enter the fight with the aftermath of the Earthfall. Your mentor was a mage, and you must be too, yes? Yes, I'm an Archmage, and this title is well deserved. I have acquired delicate mastery and succeeded in many areas of magic, but curiosity has always pushed me towards new knowledge, since the first day of my apprenticeship. What is the Sovereign Stone? A magnificent crystal, bent into an arc of a mighty hand of a ancient divine creator. Our great gate to the other world. It breathes power. It dreams of eternity. Why are you angry at fellow elves? I have spent many hundreds of years in Kyoan. I've always admired the way my kinfolk cared for the forest that was our home. But the rest of the world seemed to mean nothing to them. But I love Galarian. All its places, all the forms it manifests in. I travelled widely, and then came home and told my kinsfolk about my travels. They weren't interested. They only cared for Kyoan. Their lack of desire to hear about the wider world makes me sad and angry. What happened next? Earthfall happened at night. I am standing at the top of my tower, many miles to the north of Kyoan, and I see a blaze far in the south. I hear a horrendous rumble. The air is groaning, giving way to a huge rock rushing down on my world. And then, a blow. Vibration that penetrates everything, reaching down into the very bowels of Galarian, and up to the vaults of the sky. Crunching bones, blood from burst vessels filling my eyes with darkness. Drowning, in timelessness, along with countless denizens of Galarian. Never before have we been so united in our feelings. When I came around, the darkness remains. My first terrible thought, I'm blind! But no, little by little, I begin to see the stone wall. I'm alive. But why is it so dark? Their entry is quick. The smell of ash everywhere. A great burnt sacrifice filled the air with incinerated particles of what was recently the continent of Asland. Great clouds of ash cover the sky, cutting us off from the sun and the moon, dooming us to dusk at day and complete darkness at night. My heart sinks with fear. Treacherous thoughts fill my mind. Why did I stay? Why didn't I run like everyone else when I had a chance? Clench my teeth and stand up to watch Earthfall, proudly like the last Archmage of Kyoanin should. Will my world really perish like this? Will I perish? No, that will never happen. I'm still alive, and I can fight Earthfall and the darkness, not run from it in a blind panic like my kinsfolk and my cowardly teacher. But what can I do? I will not stop the disaster. I will hardly be able to save empires from the destruction. What can I do? I am but one Archmage, powerful and weak at the same time. What is Earthfall? A disaster of untold proportions. An unborn planet dropped on Galarian by blind fate or someone's evil will. A blow so strong that the continent of Aslan is destroyed within moments, turned to ash, wiped off the face of Galarian. In this burnt sacrifice, clouds of ash and dust are born, stealing our sun. Without the warmth of our star, the air cools, the soil is barren. Dark creatures crawl out of their lairs to rule. And the most frightening thing, without the sun, all hope dies in their heart. This is the age of darkness. What's the tower you mentioned? This is my retreat to the north of Kyoanin. My home away from home, my observatory. From its top, I watched the stars and, when they were correctly aligned, the other worlds as well. Here in the northern wastelands, I found the highest mountain and built a tower on top of it. On clear days, I could see the mist over the lake of mists and veils in the east. That's how high it is. What are you going to do next? I don't know. I need to think. My opponent, Earthfall, is much stronger than me. Without noticing, the storyteller raises his voice to a shout. It is merciless! It does not simply destroy life. It kills an era, ending the greatness of Galarian's civilizations. They sink into oblivion, be forgotten as if they never existed. I need to think. The elf suddenly winces and is silent for a few moments as he calms his heavy breathing. Forgive me, I shouldn't have raised my voice. This story was much harder than many before it, most likely because I played the main role in it. It's so strange to see myself, feel the emotions tearing me up inside, those that I felt a long time ago, and not remember them. It's like I was split. I became both the storyteller and the main character. Too bad the story ended at that moment. Please, if you find other pages covered with ancient elven writings and travels, bring them to me. I might be able to shed some light on my past, and you'll find out how my story ended. Perhaps even why I forgot it. Thank you for your stories. Okay, one other thing we have to do with him. Please examine the items I'm carrying. Give the storyteller the broken battle and the necessary materials. Restore this relic for me. The elf cautiously uncorks the vials and begins to work his enchantments. The essence evaporates, turning into light that streams into the buckle. The light thickens, becoming gold. Covenant of the Inheritor. That is the name of this relic. This buckle, once adorned the belt of a glorious knight from Mendev, is the embodiment of a promise made to a young girl by a powerful deity. A great promise that's changed much in this world. When you touch the restored relic, a strange vision comes to you. It's as if you can see the events that happened to it in the past. A burning sensation that spreads across your chest, from the very spot where your mysterious wound sometimes opens. What is this? The influence of the storyteller's spells? Or is it something else? I had a vision. How strange. You are a remarkable mortal. No one's ever shared my visions before. What do you think caused it? Perhaps these things have something to do with your destiny. Or the fate of someone related to you. I do not have an answer, only advice. Seek out such relics. Look for what links them all, and you will know the truth. Okay. Have you decided to join the crusade? I've decided not to, I'm afraid. My path and the path of crusade lead in the same direction, but alas, they are not yet one and the same. After the demons were driven from Canabras, the path into the world wound became open, if only temporarily. I'm planning to use this opportunity to visit. The elf falls silent. Doesn't matter now. I hate to bore you with the details of my venture, which may prove useless even for myself. However, I will try to return to the Crusades and aid them in their confrontation with the demons after I'm done. I hope to meet you again, in this world, rather than the next. Thank you for your stories. No more about you. I want to know more about you. The old elf permits himself a faint smile. I'm not surprised. A strange, particular-looking elf with unusual powers who comes from afar and calls himself a collector of stories. Just things usually spark some interest. I will answer your questions. Who are you and where do you come from? Before I would have said that I was a blacksmith from Kyonin, we lost his sight and then found his true calling in Newcraft. I am a storyteller. But I've lately begun to suspect that these words are no more than a lie. The old elf chuckles sadly. It's quite the irony. I never thought I'd have cause to complain about my memory. It holds the stories of the entire world, but I've noticed more and more alarming signs recently. I encounter ancient stories and see myself in them. I don't remember those events, but stories cannot lie, so it means that my memory is lying. I intend to get to the bottom of it. I'm looking for proof that my visions are true, and for the reason why my past has been hidden from me. You look ancient. I thought ancient elves didn't get old. I blame my own strength as his bony back with dignity. As you can see, we do have managed to live for many thousands of years. There may not be a single mortal in this world older than me. He sighs and then continues with a sad smile. Anyway, it's not about time. It's about the stories I keep inside. There's so much suffering and sadness in this world, and in my stories too. I live every one of them. I've drunk this bitter experience and accepted it into my heart. It's hard, the weight of all the suffering on my shoulders. I wouldn't trade my burden for any other. And where do you get such strange powers? I always got along well with things. I used to be a blacksmith. I know for sure. That I know for sure. I've always felt the essence of things, their spirit, for as long as I can remember. I've always been able to feel the traces of memories and feelings left on things by their former owners. I don't know where this gift came from. Maybe, having taken my sight, the gods granted me another sense. How do you collect stories? Same way a court philanderer collects his conquests. The way a healer has a personal cemetery of patients he's failed to save. The way every person, including you, has a box of secret, most precious experiences deep down in their soul that no one is allowed to touch. The world is not made of things or even matter. It's made of stories. They move from the past to the future, piercing our world at the point of here and now. Give meaning to everything. They are the meaning. Everything else is only the setting required for the stories to exist. There's nothing more real and alive than a story. Anything real and alive can die or be destroyed. Distorted, forgotten. But as long as I carry these stories with me, they will not be lost. This is why I don't often share my stories. By sharing one with you, I give you the right to tell it to others, to distort and embellish it advertently or inadvertently. How can I be sure you will keep its original purity? Stories travel from one person to another. They change, become distorted, turn into tall tales. This is why I keep my stories to myself. I have no more questions. And you can go. I wish you interesting adventures. Now, we did get an item. Actually, several items that we forgot to equip. We'll worry about them later. Okay, we got the Amulet of Natural Armor, which needs to go to you. +2. Yep. You can't equip it. And there's that one already. You have your Persuasion one, so put you on Ember. Actually, you and Darian. Darian's more important to keep. He already has one. Never mind. You have a Cloak Resistance +2, which will be a nice upgrade for you. I believe you already don't have one. Congrats, now you do. Guess these items aren't of any use to us. Shiny Dagger. That would actually be pretty good for Jeff, but we're not going to equip them for reasons that may come obvious a bit later. Seen those already. Golden Medallion. It's just money. Money, money, money. Convent of the Inheritor. That's the item that we just repaired. This symbol of Aramide, when placed on the belt, emits a holy aura. All party members in a 30-foot area get a +2 bonus to cast level checks made to overcome spell resistance. The weapons become good aligned and count as if they were made of cold iron. And we get a little story we can read whenever we want to. Out of curiosity, does this actually have a number of uses? Or is it just permanent? It's just permanent. Actually, doesn't say it's on there. Oh, yes it is. This holy symbol Aramide, when placed in belt, emits holy aura. Yep, +2 to cast level checks to overcome spell resistance, and all weapons become good aligned, and count as if made of cold iron, which is good. Because it means we no longer have to carry around cold iron weapons all day. We can actually use weapons that are better. I want to switch to that, but nah. The Ghost Touch might be important still. If we get a +3 weapon, it will definitely change. I hope we meet Discari and Baphomet soon. I have numerous questions for them. Durablade's tent. This is mine and Vivia's tent. We were both used to travelling, but the Queen insisted our tent be furnished like commanding officers. Yeah, words. Let's loot your chest. Everything for the crusade, obviously. Come down here. Get this. Now there was a bug in the past where if you're going through the camp, NPCs wouldn't spawn when they should. But it looks like they are, which is good. These are the fighters of the Eagle Watch. I personally chose everyone that's standing here, and I'm ready to vouch for each of them. So many of our own have perished, and for what? For us to keep fighting, Ember says. For a day to come when no one else will have to die. Yes, you're right. Thank you, little girl. I've seen so many happy faces today. It's so good. Nura Duao's tent? It's Nura Duao's tent. It seems she brought a lot of unnecessary items with her. Let's just loot everything. Everything's for looting. Even things we've already got copies of. Oh, there's Darian. Ah, there you are, my dashing little troublemaker you. Darian flashes you a self-satisfied smile. Our short acquaintance is coming to an end. Very soon, you will depart on your crusade, where you will scrape by on horrible rations, struggle vainly to fall asleep amidst snoring soldiers, be rudely woken by the freezing cold, and have to look upon the dour faces of self-righteous prigs, where you finally perish in the maw of some demon. I have a journey ahead of me too. I just rented a sailboat in the south. I also hired an excellent chef, and a host of other entertainments. Well, to each their own, I suppose. Darian pauses, then adds in a more serious voice, you know, I'm genuinely sad to see you go. It sounds like mockery, forgive me. I cannot switch off my venom gland on a whim, you see. Let you intrigue me. If only we could have spent a little more time together. But of course, Darian grimaces. Not under these conditions. The Crusaders and their demons have each other, but then like, they'll take this entire sanctimonious spectacle down with them. You know, I would have liked it if you stayed. You intrigue me too. Darian's eyes light up a little. He's obviously pleased by your attention, yet he answers in a typical mocking tone. Alas, life is full of disappointments. I must reject your offer. In any case, I intend to wait until the army departs. I do love a good send-off, especially when it is I who is staying and someone else who is heading off to meet a dreary and hopeless end. Sometimes it does one good to ruminate on the unfairness of life. Well then, farewell, Commander. I assume I should be your most precious memory on this disgusting and exhausting road to the pointless slaughter of battle. Or, if not the most precious memory, then at least something most stirring. Darian smirks before instantly losing interest in you, or at least, he pretends to. Darian. I'm not sure what his romance flags are, probably gonna miss them, but, you know, worth a shot. Happy to serve, Commander. I'm happy to loot your equipment, soldier. And just doing some moves there. Maybe they will. But actually just looking at the sky. Like looking at the sky. A well-dressed old dwarf is lecturing a motley company, shaking a ladle at them begrudgingly. Belligerently, I should say. Noticing you, she flings up her hands. Good afternoon, your commander-ness. Do you remember us? We're the crew from the next door theatre company, the one you saved in Canabras, back when you weren't your commanderess yet. Yep, as you can see, we've come on the campaign with you. We've signed up to clean pots and mend soldiers' clothes. Keep up the theatre is expensive, so we all have to take side jobs. But we don't stop what we're doing. We're going to put on a play about your legendary feats. Of course, the crowd scenes are difficult. We can't find the people to play the hordes of demons, and we decided against using ritual to summon real demons. Luckily, we have Master Kem. He invented a way to solve this problem using sound. We caught a pig and some piglets who ran away from a burned-out village. The glum and husky hawk elf mumbles softly. We put the piglets in a box and scare them a little, and this sound that makes sounds exactly like an approaching demon horde. Yep, that's how it works. But the most important question is, of course, choosing a lead actor who will play the great Knight Commander. We had to write Barney over it, breaking a number of lances, as well as a shovel, a rolling pin, and a set of black scratches. But we just couldn't decide no matter what. Maybe you can help us. We have two candidates that are most suited to the role. One will have the honour of conveying your heroism upon the stage, Commander. I am to be played by a gnome. Not a gnome, two gnomes. One and Harif are twins. One of them sits on the other's shoulders and puts on a long coat so they can play tall characters. They switch places every so often so they each get moments of fame. And that way, they each only have to learn half the script. A Cyclops actor? He's completely tame, believe me. He has issues with articulation. But what a powerful physique. We'll make him a nice costume, wash him up, brush his hair. Well, truth be told, I'll show you. He may just make up a short heroic explanations at the fateful moment. Like, onward! Or, we'll never give up. Or, my heart burns with courage. Lemkin can definitely handle the script. Don't you have any other actors who even vaguely resemble me? We're a small and poorly funded theatre. We only have a few actors, but they're all so talented, one of a kind. I've chosen the ones that are best fit for the role. Trust my vision. I have more than a few successful plays under my belt. Alright, I've made my decision. I would play by Lampkin, the Cyclops. Wonderful. Sorry we took you away from important things like heroes. Things important. Yeah. Took you from... Yeah, words. Sorry we took you away from all the important things heroes and pandas do. We're off to rehearsal. I mean, first we'll wash some pots, and then we're off to rehearsal. Let's go, you lazy lumps. Don't embarrass old grandma now. These are demons, I swear. I have no idea if they are, I'm just saying, they're probably demons. Okay. Ooh, there we go. Group of soldiers is talking loudly, laughing joyfully and passing around a flask. So picture this. My sword is by the fire, there's 2 goblins about to snatch it, and 3 more are digging through my tent. And I'm sat in the bushes wearing just my mail shirt, wondering what the blast to do. An old mercenary taught me about the mail shirt. You can't sleep in armor, but it's not so bad as mail, once you get used to it. Too bad no one ever told me to go into the bushes without my sword. So, what did you do? What did I do? I barked like crazy. Goblins are afraid of dogs, you know. So they all went wild and started running. I spot my sword, they spot me. So I jump over the fire, wearing nothing but my mail shirt. I grab my sword, and I yell in my big tough voice, "Oh, Inheritor, grant me the power to crush these filthy creatures." My sword is shying. Goblins are screaming, and I jump to attack them, and they fight back. I fought them off somehow. Ever since then, I never take a step without my weapon. That's some story. Let's stop. Stop gulping. Leave some of that for us. You've only set off and you've already started drinking. And with the queen in the cramp? The queen. Stop this at once! Notes quickly snap to attention. Celia raises the flask and says loudly, "Right you are, Commander Tirablade. But we are drinking to the queen's health." Lawful. Celia, show some discipline. Celia becomes serious and puts the flask away. My apologies, Commander. That's better. You're a paladin in an army, not a mercenary on a raiding party. Make sure you act like it. Honestly, I don't care much either way, but, you know. These are the fires the Majesty brought with her. Field medic. This is a field hospital. The last Icarus of Canabra suffered especially heavy losses, so we're in desperate need for help. Very few, but the gods are with us. The prayers of good people around the world are with us. Like that. Camellia. Beautiful day, isn't it? Kaido. Still with us. Dear lady, you've been standing here for a long time. Would you like some help? Who? Me? No, I definitely would not. We've done most of these. Everyone hears a story like that, but mine's a rather boring one. Believe it or not, it was bureaucracy. When the old rector of Canabra's temple died, may Abida rest his soul, church required a replacement. I volunteered and served for 30 years without incident. I prayed, organized festivals and funerals, brought candles, sanctified water, boring, mundane things that made up the daily routine of civilized society. But then civilized society failed. It was time for me to go to war. Praise Abida, who led me through the ruins to defend his heart. I have to go. So here's a merchant we're going to come back to really soon. Once we finish this first section. Come through here. Commander. Through here. These are the Knights of Canabras, all that's left of the orders that billeted in the city. It's a chapel tent. We found this tent to use as a chapel. Even the less pious couriers can come here to say their prayers when the final battle is upon us. I've seen it happen in my previous campaigns. Orders to miss the gods. Come along. Storyteller's doing things. But we've seen most of the cap at this point. Oh, actually, there was one thing that we forgot to do. Perhaps two things. August Square. Burly soldier with impressive beard greets you with a broad smile. Lucy Garms, the camp quartermaster at your service. How can I be of help? What are your duties in the camp? A bit of everything. I was an officer to a soldier, a strict father. So what does this make a quartermaster like myself? Something like their mum. That's what. I make sure the lads have everything they need to defeat the enemy and come back from battle in one piece. Starts sticking his fingers. That means food and firewood, medicine tents, mended clothes, fixed weapons. The horses have got to be fed and watered. The camp's got to be fortified by the evening and broken up by the morning. I make sure the wages are paid on time and the wagon wheels don't squeak. And then there are reports. Gods, until you asked, I never realised how many duties I actually had. What do the soldiers think of the new commander? They mostly tell tales of your unusual power, but they don't shy away from talking about you as a person too. Soldiers are always like that. If Aomade herself is in from heaven, you bet they jabber on about how she grips her sword and how good she looks in her armour. The general impression about you is that you're a tough fighter, a true warrior. That's the best kind of commander. One who knows the weight of a blade in a long fight. He's going to be our primary merchant for a lot of this. Good day, do you remember me? I'm Janerg. We spoke at Defender's Heart. So you're the commander of the Crusade now. Aristotle knows how hard it is to imagine someone worthier of taking up the post than the Saviour Canabras. May the good gods help you prevail. Have you joined the Crusade? Don't take a miss, but no, I haven't. I have my own task. I'm needed in Chili Creek, a tiny hamlet which, due to some oversight, has been left without a priest for these many years. I'm bent to set sail for there and make my journey along Old Man Selin. I have to go. Aristotle will watch over you. Woodchief is there as well. And that is essentially everything we had to do. At least everything I know that we have to do. Could be other things. Actually, those weren't even special. Half plate, special. You'd think they'd give us some extra items in here. All this is just mostly mundane. Of course, there's that stash with all the books inside. We might just put the rest of the books we have now in there as well. Should be this one. Put that in there. That. And that. If there's any others that we come across, we'll put them in there as well. For now though, that should be fine. Good to meet you, Commander. Did you help the cause, Commander? Respects, Commander. I hope you'll be able to spare some time after all the formalities. Let's talk to the Queen. The Queen greets you with a stare. She has dropped the pompous air with which she announced the Fifth Crusade. The face of the ruler of Mendev appears calm and thoughtful. She has made her move and now waits her opponent's reply.
Commander, I'm satisfied with the troop review, but I do not expect they will be sufficient for the task. You will have to prove yourself a shrewd leader and hire the necessary troops with the provided funds. I have chosen a target for your campaign, and that target is Dresden, our lost outpost within the World Wound. The Sword of Valor was kept there, a banner that was once carried by Iomade herself. Our greatest relic was lost when the city fell. I should make one thing clear from the start. The Sword of Valor is no mere symbol, but a powerful weapon against demons. The holiness of the banner weakens them and robs them of one of their most dangerous abilities, teleportation. A forced march to Dresden awaits you. The Sword of Valor is kept somewhere within the Citadel. The demons probably think it's a hunting trophy. Its recovery is just as important as retaking the city itself. I hope the task is clear. I'm sending 2 specialists to help you, along with the soldiers. A historian, Nura Denduar, and a cleric, Soziel Bainik. One of the famous inquisitors of the Church of Iomade also wants to talk to you. The Honorable Leota, whom everyone calls Hawkblade.
I do not wish to keep you, Commander. The matter I must discuss with you is extremely important, but it is not directly related to the Crusade. You no doubt wish to meet your new comrades and speak with Her Majesty. Therefore, I shall leave you now, but I ask that you seek me out in the camp at your earliest convenience.
Hi! Listen, it's amazing here. It's like I'm in a ballad. There's knights in shining armor, deadly dangers, glorious feats. We are going to show those demons! I'm so tired of sitting in a library reading books about history. It's time I took part in it!
I already hate her. She reminds me so much of Lindsay. So much.
I'm glad to help our cause, Commander. If you have some time later, I'd like to speak with you further.
You'll have plenty of time to talk. You're the Knight Commander's people now, her trusted advisors and companions. Now then, will you please leave us? Irabeth, you can go too.
When we met at the Defender's Hut, I never imagined you'd make me the commander of the new crusade.
Some actions may be deemed bold, or even extreme, and beyond those, there are some you might call the Queen's last resort. I am not a simple monarch. I am at war with the Abyss, a war which has lasted over 100 years. I cannot allow myself the luxury of caution. In you, I see a chance, and I am willing to stake everything on it. However, you cannot blame me for putting you in charge of the Crusade. I only formalized what had already happened in the hearts and minds of many. People spoke of the power that descended upon you and helped you save the Wardstones from corruption and total destruction. Word of this feat quickly spread far beyond the borders of Mendev. There was no other person who could better fit the role of Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade.
I have some questions about my mission to retake Dresden.
Of course. I shall answer.
I already know how the demons managed to conquer it. What forces are at my disposal?
Everyone we saw today at the parade. First among them, the Eagle Watch, who remain a powerful force thanks to Irabeth's resourcefulness. Also marching with you are several minor knightly orders, as the minor volunteer units like to be called. And finally, I have personally selected some recruits from Nerosian. They have little in the way of battle experience, but great determination and a thirst to prove themselves. I've always thought that an army benefits from at least one such unit. These forces, as I said, are not enough for a march on Dresden. You will have to hire additional troops with the funds that have been provided to you. But for a brave commander, and I hope you are one, that is just the beginning. If you retake Dresden, recover the holy power of the Sword of Valor, and gain a foothold in the region, then new armies will join under your banner. The Fifth Crusade is only beginning. Many battles and victories lie ahead.
So she's sending us out there to do a crusade, understaffed and without the proper supplies. How could this possibly go wrong? It's been decades and no one's managed to retake the city. Why do you think we're different?
We have a chance now that we haven't seen in decades. But it's more than that. You created this chance for us by foiling the demons' plans in Canabris. The army who attacked the city came straight from Dresden. Demon hordes from the Abyss are usually encamped there, but many of them perished on the streets of Canabris. We must attack swiftly before they can restore their forces. When the city is free and the Sword of Valor appears before our soldiers, they won't be sending in any more reinforcements. Demons cannot teleport into an area protected by the banner of the goddess.
How about long-term goals? Do you know how to get rid of the World Wind forever?
Now you are talking like a real Knight Commander. However, answering your question is not easy. To win this war, we must bar the demon's way. There are a few planar rifts leading to the abyss across the territory we call the World Wound. The best specialists we could find have tried to close them on separate occasions, with no success, as you may have guessed. The World Wound is more than just a chain of portals to the abyss. We do not understand its nature yet. The methods of rift closure known to magical science simply do not work here. However, we have a hypothesis, and a rather well-grounded one, that we must begin at the source of the problem, the place where the World Wound was opened. The main rift lies through the city of Iz, and the Threshold Fortress, deep in the former lands of Socorus. We have never managed to fight our way so far and gain a foothold to allow the mages to explore the origins of the World Wound. So, the next step, after you succeed in Dresden, is an offensive push deeper into the World Wound, with the aim of reaching Threshold. The very threshold of the Abyss.
I have no more questions.
Wonderful.
Did you know that souls are angels from heaven? When it confined to the Lord's fame?
I had guessed as much. Many angels fought alongside us in the First Crusade. Heaven was unable to mobilize its full might to aid us, but individual Celestials volunteered to fight for our cause. Then one day, they all vanished, saying that they were setting off on an important mission. Not long after, Iomede's herald erected the first wardstone in Canopus, and then the others in cities across Mendev. Even back then, I had nagging doubts, but my faith in Iomede easily assuaged them. It is for us to serve the goddess after all, not to question her works. In any case, I am glad you did not allow the demons to commit sacrilege and gain control over the wardstone in Canopus. We might have lost one of the wardstones, but the chain is still standing.
Do you remember this?
This. I thought this relic was destroyed many years ago. How strange it is to see it whole again. At one time, it gave me hope. I am pleased that this object will serve the Crusade once more.
I had a vision of Iomede giving her conduct to you.
I was young, and did not fully understand the magnitude of the duty that had been entrusted to me. Iomede gave me hope and strength to see me through the trials ahead, and in so doing, she won my everlasting loyalty.
Do you still remember the oath you swore in battle?
Always. No matter how arduous, no matter how dark the skies, no matter how much blood flows from my wounds, I shall stand with you. We shall fight for our loved ones and our friends, for the right to live and die free. We shall do everything we possibly can, and after that, we shall begin to do the impossible. And if the hour should come when our arms can no longer raise our swords, our bodies will become a shield to cover those who still have strength to fight. I, Golfrey, Queen of Mendev, swear this to you. This is my vow.
You withstood a blow from Aralu Valesh in that battle.
I would proudly declare that to be true, and say that even Aurilu Vorlesh could not kill me on her first attempt. But to do so would be boasting. I was protected by my goddess. However, I was glad to see that, no matter how great the betrayer of humanity's power, it is nothing as compared to Iomede's might.
I'd like to keep wearing this relic.
Then so you shall. What matters is that the Covenant of the Inheritor has been recovered. Perhaps it should be in your hands now, because you have greater need of it. But should you ever feel that you no longer need this relic, I ask that you give it to me. I would be delighted to touch it again.
What are you going to do?
Overlooking a spot of insubordination just at the moment. However, I shall answer you. I shall prepare the defenses at Nerosian and all the other border cities and plan the future of the Fifth Crusade. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Knight Commander?
If I choose this, I won't be able to get another mythic path, potentially, later on. It's... Thank you for your reply.
Of course.
The idea is to hopefully not do all the mythic paths, but eventually later on make a save that's able to do a couple of them. The task is clear.
Splendid. Ah, yes. We have one final matter to attend to. It should be rather enjoyable. Count, there you are. You received my instruction?
I did, though I did not have time to read the thing before I was dragged before your majesty. In truth, I was readying myself to depart.
No matter. I trust you will forgive your sovereign for the rather brusque summons, especially when you learn what prompted it. As you are aware, she has recently been appointed my Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. I spent a long while pondering whom to appoint to the highly sensitive post of Commander's Field Attaché and Advisor Plenipotentiary without portfolio. Congratulations, Count.
It is a great honor, I suppose.
Darian's cool expression wavers, but he seems not to be fully cognizant of what is happening. That, or he's holding himself tightly in check. A rather frivolous gesture for a queen.
The adequacy of any measure can only be assessed against the reason that prompted it. Isn't that so, Count? I had my doubts about whether you were ready for such a responsibility, Count, but your conduct in Kenobris has put my mind at ease. So, you will travel with the troops to Dresden. Only the commander may remove you from your post, but I trust that you will dutifully fulfill her orders and make a good showing of yourself. Especially since word of your appointment, Count, will reach the court at any moment. All of Mendev's nobility will be following your successes in service to the nation, including all of your devoted admirers. I even heard that one bard with whom you are particularly friendly has already begun composing a ballad to honor your heroic participation in the crusade and your faithful service to the commander here.
Your largesse truly knows no bounds, dear cousin. I am most gratified by the honor you have shown me.
The Count offers a bow, either as a sign of respect or in order to hide his flushed face. And the barest quiver can be heard in his voice.
Then let's get going. May Ayomide help us.
And just like that, the Queen strikes back against Darian. Now what are you doing in my tent? Olivia sweeps an inquisitive glance over you. So tell me straight, how'd that brawl in the Great Garrison end? I heard the rumors, of course. That's kind of my job, you know, to listen. You have no idea what the cobblers, the Crusades, say about you. Some say that Ayomide came to you and appointed you her herald. Others say that you died, and an honest-to-God's angel is now leading the army disguised as you. Still others say it was just an explosion and an alchemist lab, and I'm the one spreading the rumors about your powers. I wish. But you know, you really have changed as a Great Garrison. It's hard to describe, but you can become kind of more dangerous. Yeah, exactly. More dangerous. I've got an instinct about these things. If I didn't, I'd already be dead. You're dangerous, Commander, and by Desna, I hope you'll be dangerous to our enemies and not to us, or to yourself. Alright, watch yourself now. I don't think any of that will open up any things for us. But it's new music though. But yes, we're now in the chapter proper. We're going to finish up a few things in camp here, save, and then end the stream. So first things first, we'll come over to him. Commander. A tall man with piercing yellow eyes. Yellow-green eyes. Gives you a brief nod. Let me personally congratulate you on your new title, and thank you for your time in advance. I am Leader Hawkblade, an Inquisitor of the Church of Ayomide, the Bringer of Light. I require your assistance in a certain delicate matter involving one of your companions, young Count Darian Arende. Are you one of Prelate Haroon's followers? His face freezes for a moment, but then he nods. Yes, of course. What's your opinion of his atrocities? Alita is silent for a while. Usually people reveal such things about themselves only to their confessor, not to some curious stranger. Still, I did ask for your help, imposes certain obligations upon me. Let me put it like this. I spent enough years by Prelate Hill inside to learn how to keep him from going over the line. The Prelate is an extraordinary man, but he's fallen prey to his own paranoia and the monumental sense of responsibility, which has gradually eroded his razor-sharp mind. He's witnessed so much hideous darkness, that he now sees it in every shadow. Yet his strength was, and still is, a shield for all the people of Mendev. That is my opinion. His comrades and advisors are necessary to prevent him from making unforgivable mistakes. So he's good as long as he has people to hold him back. Where were you during the attack on Canabras? I was on the hunt. A very successful one, but as often happens in life, this minor success was a mere harbinger of a larger failure. If I hadn't been so far away from Canabras on the day of the attack, I might have been able to help my comrades and prevent a number of deaths. Thank you for your answer. It's not an easy topic for me. I prefer not to discuss this again. And what brings you here? I ask you to assist the Church of Iomade in an investigation of the utmost importance. I understand that the leader of the Crusade has plenty of other matters to attend to, but please allow me to tell you the details. Perhaps I'll explain why I'm calling on you. The Inquisitor's open face instantly reveals his failings. He frowns and looks through you, lost in his thoughts for a moment. I suppose you've already heard about Count Arendae's story. I refer to the tragedy at the Heaven's Edge estate. You're going to investigate this old case again, aren't you? Yes, I am. I have several reasons to doubt the widely shared account of what exactly happened at the estate and how it happened. You see, Commander, I was among those sent to examine the estate after the incident. I saw everything with my own eyes. I still remember it clearly, even though it feels like it happened a lifetime ago. Heaven's Edge was a unique place that still carries the old spirit of Mendev. Mendev before the World Wound. And yet, on the day it turned into a labyrinth house of horrors. Or rather, a labyrinthine house of horrors. Like something only seen out of nightmares. Apologize for the digression. I wanted to tell you about my suspicions. Everything about the incident seemed odd. Why was the only person left alive a young boy with a newfound talent for divine magic? Why did no one send to Canabras for help, even though the agony spanned many hours? We found the demons dead, with their heads chopped off. When we got to the estate, how were they defeated? How did the disease kill even the paladins present at the estate, who are said to be immune to any disease? If the demons had found a way to penetrate the Holy Warrior's defenses, why has this never happened? Why has this never been repeated since the tragedy at Heaven's Edge? You are the only person who can help me here, Commander, because the only living witness to these events is currently serving in your army. Your army's route will take you near the very site of the tragedy. Heaven's Edge has been abandoned and sealed with potent magic through all these years. Only the Count has the power to break this seal. He's unlikely to invite Inquisitor inside. In any case, he won't be like me sniffing about his family seat. But if you, as Commander, express your wish to visit the estate, he will be obliged to fulfill it, and will simply follow you as one of your attendants. And I will simply do that. There are 100 ways, 1,000 paths, a myriad loopholes in human lives that the forces of evil can use to their advantage. I'm not sure which one of those led the demons to the gates of Heaven's Edge, but I do know it was a simple raid, the kind Crusaders face every day. That incident involved a significantly more powerful entity. That's why I'm asking for your help. We cannot be sure that such a tragedy will not happen again until we uncover the truth. A lot of questions here, but because we want to keep time slightly short. Fine, I'll help you. What do you need me to do? Thank you, Commander. Now I ask you to speak to the Count and tell him that you wish to see Heaven's Edge. Please do not inform him of my presence right away. I will join your escort when it's time to travel to the estate. When we get there, I'll also require your help during the investigation. You will have to follow me, observing my actions as an independent witness. If you have any other questions, please feel free to ask me. I'll remain here for a while. I have to go. But we will set this up. Sohail L is our new follower. Right there. Level 6. Comes in. His feats, if I remember correctly, are slightly... what's the word for it? Suboptimal, in a way? Could have chosen better ones. Though, to be honest, only the extra channel may have been replaced. And perhaps the medium armor focus. Toughness is not that bad, but I probably would also chosen something better. His domains are also a bit iffy in a way. He's not a bad character by any stretch, but he is unique. But first we talk to Darian. There you are. I'd love to visit Heaven's Edge and see the Arendelle estate someday. Oh, I was just about to mention it myself. I've been thinking, now that I'm in the middle of this whole crusade nonsense, somebody must devise new ways of fun. All the recent commotion in my birthday completely slipped my mind. What if we were to celebrate it at Heaven's Edge? It's not far from here, and I'll get to enjoy a banquet in a bona fide haunted house. Darian seems to have trouble getting the words out, which clearly indicates how rarely he has to ask for anything. Since you're my superior, and I'm your advisor, I'm obliged to ask for permission to leave for the festivities, and I want to invite you too. I'm sure the commander can free up an afternoon while the soldiers are on leave. Alright, it's a deal. Perfect, you'll have a ball, I'll make sure of it. Something strange flickers in Darian's smile. I'll come back and talk to him again. Come over here, talk to Lita. I'll talk to Darian about the estate. He's going to celebrate his birthday at Heaven's Edge, so we can go there as guests. A celebration? That is far from ideal. It would be rather inconvenient for me to conduct the investigation with all the guests around. Thank you nonetheless, Commander. When you decide to go to the estate, I will join you. I have to go. And with that, we are halfway to 7. Oh, mostly halfway. Mysterious Elf. Damn it. You again, soldier. And she disappears. It's rather fast. I saw you talking to the girl hiding her face. Who was she, and what did she want? I don't know, Commander. She never introduced herself, but I bet she's not part of our army. I know all soldiers by name and sight. That's actually impressive. Walker frowns gloomily. His cordiality gone in an instant. She was looking for some elf volunteer. Wanted to know which tent he was sleeping in. At first, I thought she was a messenger from Mendev. She definitely wasn't one of us. And now I see how it all looks mighty shifty. Quartermaster eyes you with concern. She was some sort of spy then? Anyway, let's do some shopping. Some really quick shopping. Let's get rid of all the bulk. And then all the extra items we're not going to be using. Which includes most of the magic items, to be perfectly honest. Yep. Yes. We won't have a pet. I don't believe in any of our builds, so we can get rid of that. Storyteller's Ring. Keep a hold of it now. None of us use natural attacks. Make sure we get rid of those two. Look down here, everything else is fine. So, we now have money. Which is important, because now we, I believe, can buy some pretty nice stuff. First things first, we want plate armor. Okay, we have several versions of plate armor, I believe. Was it just one? It can't just be one. I thought it was mithril plate armor as well. Mithril breastplate, padded armor, breastplate, chainmail, scale mail. Full plate plus 1. That's 1. Flying scales is medium armor. That's actually really good for look here for a sec. Camellia, I believe you're using scale mail at the moment. Light armor chain shirt. It's plus 2 mithril chain shirt. Which rate we have? Scales. Minus max dexterity 3. I kind of need 5. That said, it's really nice. If she had armor training at all, I'd 100% throw that at her. Okay, let's go down. Full plate plus 1. We want one of those. And protection plus 2. It's possible. So, gloves of dueling. Nothing's actually ever tried to disarm us, so there's not much point getting that. The chain shirt, no. Thomas, we already have that. Adamantine, full plate plus 1. Adamantine essentially just gives a DR of 3 negative, which is pretty good. It's also very expensive, mind you, but also very good. Comes at longbow, +2. For land, that's actually going to be pretty nice. Longsword. 75,000 gold. Oof. A very nice sword, mind you. But also very expensive. Dawn of Life. This +3 tower shield weighs twice as much as the usual tower shield. Limits its wielder speed to 20 feet. However, whenever the wielder receives a critical hit, they are healed for an amount of HP equal to the number of their hit dice. Somewhat nice. Aggressive Rift Landing. Oh, this is just things we've sold after that. There's also a good rapier. I'd grab it in a heartbeat. For the most part though, it really isn't. Painful Remorse, when the wielder of this +2 spiky heavy shield uses it for a shield bash, behaves like a vicious weapon. Dealing extra 2d6 points of damage to the opponent, and damage to the wielder as well. So we'll just get the armor. Okay, we're just going to, let's see, just equip you. If you were tanking, it would throw that one on top of them, but unfortunately, she's not. So instead, we'll throw that onto you. Really need to cure that negative level. So let's actually go and do that, because that's our next stop. But first, I want to actually talk to Wooljeff. Let's see what you have there. Stock of Purity. Has anything actually changed in here since I last looked? Kind of. Bunch of natural things there that can help. A few extra ones, some scrolls. Lesser rods. Overall though, not too much. In future chapters, may have a bit of extra to grab, but for now, not so much. Now we want to talk. Ooh, Fawn Autumn Haze is here. The elf, before he casually rests his bandaged arm on the weapon at his side, he bows his head with dignity. I congratulate you on your new rank, Commander. My hunt demanded that I travel with your army. Naturally, I wouldn't burden your forces with the need to care for an outsider. I provided myself with all the necessities. Good fortune to you. He's a suspicious son of a gun. But, I'll talk to you. And go through your stuff. Nothing notable there. Glowing croissant. Yes, please. Diamonds! He has so many diamonds. We don't need them, luckily, yet. What I do need, however, is a scroll of restoration. Quality protection. It's nice. But scroll of restoration. Restoration. Here we are. Spell functions like lesser restoration, except it also dispels temporary negative levels or one permanent negative level. Restoration cures all temporary ability damage and restores all points permanently drained from a single ability score. It also eliminates any fatigue or exhaustion suffered by the target. Essentially, it's just a really good spell. It has Alchemist Kits to help us out now. Also scroll kits. All the way up to 6. Which become incredibly expensive as they go on. Luckily we already have, I believe, up to level 3? Or is it up to level 2? Where are you? Scroll kit. Up to level 2. So technically, could get level 3 if we wanted to. Switch you to type again. Ascending order. Yes. Yep, that works. Okay. Now, red salamander is what I want to save up for, and I would buy it if I could afford it. Unfortunately, I don't have enough items to sell to even get close to it. If I was to sell all the scrolls I have, it wouldn't even put a dent into it, I don't believe. But effectively, it's going to give Ember the ability to cast all the fire spells. Fireball, Controlled Fireball, Fire Snake, Hellfire Ray, Firestorm, and Fiery Body. And because of that, it is extremely good. Conman's Ring. That would actually be good for Camellia. That'd be good for Nino. Ooh. So yeah, we won't buy anything else for now. Instead, we shall save and try and get that, and use most of what we find. So the recipe, copy that. As for you, I need you to use that scroll. Where's the restoration one? There we go. Go out here. Now, we are starting to approach the point, starting mind you, that I haven't played past before. We're entering the areas of starting to get to blind playthrough. I still know a lot about the story past this point, mind you. The story, not the gameplay. So as we save now, and plan to pick this up in the future, keep in mind that I won't have as much information from now on. I'll be doing most of this for the first time. I will hopefully see most of you again around then. But for now, goodbye.